Oi! Oi! Hello. Good afternoon, stinkers. Happy Curry Saturday. I am in fact alive. I think we survived the heat wave. It's still very warm today, but the humidity is a lot more bearable. And my computer isn't shutting off, so, that's good. Sorry for being so absent the past week. It's just been a bit of a menace. If you're not in the Discord, Tuesday, Wednesday, it got very hot here. And I don't have air conditioning. And I operate from a 2 PC setup. So I have a stream PC and I have the gaming PC. And it does heat up the room quite a bit. And I have a little fan, and it was not going to be enough for the kind of temperatures it was reaching, as well as, usually my main PC is fine, but the stream PC does reach the higher temps because it's not as, it's just a tiny little box. It's not got as much like airflow and stuff, and it's just meant for the streaming side of stuff. And then on Thursday, I had every intention of streaming, but my computer kept shutting off because the CPU is getting way too hot, so I couldn't stream. It's just how it be, sadly. So yeah, I did want to be here. It was just a little bit messy, so I apologize for that. It did kind of dampened my mood big time. So I've been a little sour crow this week. But hopefully today should be a lot of fun. Today is the day we're gonna have the mods. We're gonna do the crowd control stuff. So if you remember on my charity event, the WWF crowd control thing we did very spontaneously. Literally the only incentive I had is I had a little incentive to reach an unserious one where we'd have the mods come on and play the games, like solo player games, single player games with the crowd control. So that's what we're going to do today. Both Goat and Winter are taking part. Goat is going to be playing Enter the Gungeon. Winter is going to be playing My Winter Car. I think the setup should be pretty smooth. Tried some stuff out yesterday. It seemed to be working, so yeah, that's basically the plan for today. I don't know if you guys want to do a vote or not. I don't know how long it's gonna be today, so it might be better. I don't know. I don't know if you guys want to do a vote. We'll see. I'll probably mention this later as well. I might put up a poll in the Discord for tomorrow, because I'm very well aware that Deltarune Chapter 5 is out, and we still haven't played 4, and I need to do 3 again. So I wanted to make a decision for tomorrow. If I start a stream at like 12ish, you've got 2 options. The first option, we're basically going to be marathoning a game. So the first option is we get the Pokemon Nuzlocke done and over with. Or we get Deltarune caught up to scratch. So I'm gonna give you that option so I can finally just sit down and fucking do it. Because those are, well, the Deltarune thing isn't something I necessarily owe people, but the Pokemon thing is, so, but I will let you guys choose. But I will say my hellos. I have had a bit of a... When does a headache become a migraine? I don't know, but I will just call it a headache. I've had a bit of a long-lasting headache. Obviously, probably caused by the heat. So sorry if I'm not very springy. I will do my best. I'll probably perk up later, hopefully when the pain meds kick in and whatnot. We'll see if the pain meds kick in. They're not very particular when it comes to the headacheing. But we can say my hellos, so we'll just start off with that. If that is okay with you guys. So, hello the, congratulations on being first. Hello Rhino, hello Lychee, hello Normanton, hello Gem, hello Goat, hello Ninja, hello Temmie. Thank you for the 260 stream streak the. Hello Sandwich, hello Chris, hello Snowy, hello CJ. It's way too hot for curry, it's never too hot for curry. Just have a cold curry. They probably exist. Hello Sucumbio, thank you for the tier 1. Happy 25 months, thank you very much. Hello David, thank you for the 420 stream streak. Hello Brad, you like voting? Do you now? Appreciate that. Because I can't decide. I've been pretty good at avoiding the spoilers myself, so... Positive affirmation, oh lord. It's gonna be a Google positive affirmations type day for me today. Okay, let's see. Positive affirmation. I trust in my abilities and potential. And then give it a self-care check. Hello, Caps. If you don't reheat leftovers in this cold curry, you gotta make sure that you mix it really well though, because curry has a tendency to separate and it gets all oily and greasy, which is not very nice. Is it still edible? Depends on how strong your stomach is, I suppose. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be... it's gonna be my first time using Parsec, so we'll see how well this goes. Hoi! Hello, Ginger. Pizza Saturday for me as per usual. What are we having on our pizza today? Lazy ass mozzarella. Hey, pizza is pizza. Pizza is just Italian curry if you think about it. I'm pretty sure you've said this at least 3 times before, Brad. Subway Saturday. Subway started doing that, the shawarma chicken. It's pretty nice. I like it. Subway is good. You guys are making me hungry. I haven't really had an appetite the past couple of days, so I've not really been eating particularly well. Who can eat in this heat? Hello, Coach. Alright, Brad, we need to tone that ego down. I'm too tired to put up with it. But yeah, I'll probably put up a poll. Do you guys want me to put up a poll for that now? I'll put up a poll for it now. I mean, I will tag the thing regardless. Hoi! Hoi! Nothing shocks you like the moon. Hello, Vec. How's it going? And Goku too.
Hi.
You forgot to wear sunscreen. Now I have sunburn. People really need to be treating sunscreen as protection a lot better. Sunburn, okay, maybe most people will think, oh, it's just gonna hurt for a little bit. It's gonna be a little bit sore. Dude, skin cancer is a real killer. It's a real thing, and a lot of people are not very well equipped to deal with it. No one takes it seriously, I feel. Hello, Jaikon. I'm okay. I'm surviving. Thank you for asking. Yes, who's working surprise overtime this weekend? Is it really a surprise anymore, Vec? They just make you work overtime all the time? Or is it overtime now? Do we just add an over every time? Hello, Clarinets. How's it going? Bathe in sunscreen, ginger defense system. I'm aware some people can't wear sunscreen for whatever reason, but covering up is super important regardless. Alright, I put the vote thing in. Over squared time. Bro. Oh dear me, it's so warm. Lapis, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I'll send you over to the raid video.
Hello raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello! Welcome in, raiders. Thank you again so much for the raid, Lapis. Hope you had a lovely time playing whichever game or demo. Unfortunately, it doesn't really tell you, does it? It's just the one category. Hope you had a lovely experience with it. Do feel free to tell us what you got up to, what you were playing and whatnot. Or if you don't want to, that's completely fine as well. You just got done streaming, you might want to go get some rest. You might be in one of the many places at the moment where it's extremely warm and need to go cool off. I completely understand, so don't worry about it. Anyone that is new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't yap too much about myself because it's what the raid video is for. But today we're actually having a little funny haha stream where my mods will be doing some single player crowd control games. And all of the proceeds will go towards charity, so that's big fun. One of my mods is going to be playing Enter the Gungeon, and the other one is going to be playing My Winter Car, so that's it's Should be interesting to say the least. I played a few demos from Next Fest. Did you have fun with them? Anything that stands out in particular? Every time they invent a stronger sunscreen, they find a more pale individual who still gets burned. It's me, I'm the individual. Well, usually you're supposed to pair it with, like, you know, protective clothing regardless, right? You're supposed to take as much precaution as you can. Obviously, it doesn't bode well, you know. What? Having to wear, like, sleeved stuff or stuff that covers your skin when it's hot, and it's like, yeah. Yeah, that's just how it be, you know. Hello, Art. How's it going? Hello, Beaker. Thank you for the like. Went to car. Yeah, guess who's gonna be playing that? You'll never guess. The sun must die. Yes, it must. But unfortunately, it won't. So here we are. It's a little jover for us. Also, a reminder, if you are voting in the poll, please make sure you only vote one option, because if you vote both options, it kind of makes no sense. I did 9 to Never, a fun, very short puzzle platformer. Xenophiles, Papers, Please in space with lots of pop culture references. Wait, that sounds pretty fun. Just Grow, a roguelike Binding of Isaac, like, but without shooting game. I didn't like, oh, that's fair enough. Not everything is gonna be a hit, especially when you have your own personal tastes and preferences, but at least you gave it a go. But Papers, Please with lots of pop culture references, that sounds really funny, because Papers, Please is like a pretty, honestly, it's a pretty depressing game. I mean, you can make your own fun and jokes about it, but at its core, it's pretty fucking depressing. Kid me scared that in 5 billion years the sun will explode and current me praying this happens this evening. Oh my god, actually real. You're so right for that. Had thunderstorms this morning, so unplugged my AC in case lightning would strike. Yeah, apparently we had some thunder as well, but I was none the wiser. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything either, so... Hello, Winter. How's it going? Do you guys see that they're bringing back League Classic and everyone's, like, going insane over it? We've got a bunch of pessimistic Peters out and about. Dude, I don't understand why people are so upset. It's gonna be like a fun little... Probably a queue that's not gonna last forever. Probably a temporary thing to try out. And people are treating it as if it's replacing, like, League of Legends forever. Meaning, like, blah 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 this, blah 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 that. Oh my god, you know, old League was so shit. This is just nostalgia. And it's like, well, yeah, let the old heads have their nostalgia. What the fuck is wrong with you? You kinda want to play League? The new Heroes looks like a Mistborn? Wait, you talking about Locke? No worries, Lapis. Thank you for lurking, I appreciate it. Thank you again for the raid. That means a lot to me. It's just your community with me, and I hope that you're able to fix your controller. Controllers are fucking expensive nowadays. It's the worst when it breaks, so hopefully you can get that fixed. Don't know the name, it's some blonde guy with cloak and spike. Yeah, it's Locke.
Missed you. I would shoot out the sun if I could, but that would have serious ramifications for the global food supply, sorry.
Nah, well, I'll just live off of potatoes, because I swear to fucking god, potatoes don't need shit all to grow. And someone, I can imagine someone's gonna come in and be like, actually, yada yada this, yada yada that. But let's be real, fucking potatoes don't need anything. I'd love to be a potato. But Longo, thank you for the 2-1 resub. Happy 26 months, and thank you very much. I missed you guys as well, platonically. It's been a bit sad. Been a bit depressing not being able to stream. Oh god. Wait, shut the fuck up, Brad. You're gonna summon Daniel. I can't be bothered having him come in here and be like, play Deadlock, play Deadlock, you should play Deadlock. Cat face. I don't know what Mistborn is. I love potatoes too, they're so good. Hello Joshy, how's it going? I don't know who is going first, by the way. Who is playing first. I should probably maybe sort something out with that. It's a book series. The Shoeless Guy playing Fortnite is a Mistborn. I see. I see. We got ranked 5s ready. Isn't it only like this weekend? Very warm and the rain eludes me. And no, apparently it's supposed to have been raining. I haven't seen a fucking drop of it. The next forecast for rain is next Tuesday. But the temperatures are not nearly as bad the next week, thankfully. Every weekend for a few months, they're bringing back ranked 5s. They're bringing back Classic League. We've had rain, but it keeps giving way to the sun, so humidity. Yeah, I can imagine. That's one of the things. Is like, okay, are we gonna get rain and it's gonna be cool and it's gonna be nice and it's gonna have cooled the heat down, or is it gonna instantly evaporate to water vapor and then we're just gonna be breathing it? We're gonna be breathing water. Hello, Bird Boy. How's it going? Yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. You're gonna miss summer. I'm not. Alright. We might have winter going first, so let's see if I can get this set up in the background. Do you guys want to vote today or what? Because I don't know how long these guys are wanting to play for, and if you wanted to do a short stream, I guess. If we were doing a short stream, then it means that we will have to, you know what, I'll just poll it now. And then we can decide. So here comes my very long-winded and incredibly inconcise explanation. Every Saturday, usually every Saturday, as many Saturdays as I can, we do stream a little bit differently. I give you guys the option where we can just have the normal long stream doing whatever, or we can shorten the stream to about 3 hours, and then afterwards we go and do something in Discord, which is usually either a watch along or a hangout. And the watch along we're currently watching through the Grand Tour specials. Those are standalone specials. We usually watch the 2-parters in one session, so if you're worried about joining halfway through, don't be, because they're standalone. In the hangouts we start off with the dolls, and then we'll do something else. Last time we played some of the Mecha Chameleon, so it just depends on what we want. It could be a party game, could be a multiplayer game. And it should be noted that in these hangouts it is not required for you to speak or participate. If you just want to chill there, it's completely fine too. The only thing that I ask is that my nose is so itchy, is that you only vote if you're actually interested in it. I don't want people voting for the sake of voting, because it's not fair on the other people who might actually vote because they want to do it. For example, if 10 people vote the hangout and 2 people turn up, but 5 people voted the watch along and everyone would have turned up for that, it's not very fair, you understand? I'll get a bit annoyed. Now I understand that when you vote, something might happen, you might not be able to turn up, so the numbers might look a little bit different. I'm not that anal about it, okay? But it's just, please be considerate. There is a 4th option that you can vote for if you want to vote, but I have no intention of turning up to anything, so if you must vote for something, vote for that. So we'll do this very quickly, and that will decide on how long these guys get to play their games for. So there you go, the poll is there for you if you would like it for, should be 10 minutes. When we finishing Torchwood? Never. We watched season 1 and that was enough. If you tie, we go with the least, the option that isn't tied. And if we go for a 3-way tie, then I'll just decide myself. Hello, Sag. How's it going? Yeah, no, it's still really warm. I'm sorry. Ugh. Is the Indian place good rating? Doing 2 for 1. Their garlic cheese naan is not $7. Is that what you're gonna be trying today, alright? So thinking about that summary video for what? Wait, what summary video? We're getting Winter into League. Yeah, apparently Winter's playing League. I don't know what Locke does, honestly. Go wants to show off his Gungeon skills. Why apologize? It's not your fault. It's at least I hope it's not. Well, you know, I'm sorry that you're feeling comfortable in the first place. Ideally, you wouldn't be, you know? Locke is an AP assassin. I have played against him. I did have to do a bunch of stress testing on my PC. There is a worry that my PSU might just be simply dying because there were instances where my PC was turning off, specifically with Overwatch, but the temperature in my CPU was not reaching the threshold. It was just staying at its usual, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But I did end up playing some ARAMs where I was playing against Locke, and I don't know what the fuck he does. So... finally not broke. The last month was rough, with 2 rents overlapping post-month, and taking my Black Tinge T-Rex to the vet. Yay! Treat yourself to that curry, you deserve it. Winter, what the fuck is the name of your computer? Why is it this? So yeah, this is my first time using Parsec, so there might be hitches. I did test it a bit yesterday, but... something similar happened to me. It turns out my PSU cable is fried and tripping the system. Oh, so I might just have to buy it. Maybe I'll do that. We'll start off with a cable. It only happens for some games though. So it happens notably with Hunt, and it never really started happening with Overwatch until yesterday. So yeah, we'll see. It has happened a few times during a stream too. You guys have seen it. That's crazy. Hello, Faint. How's it going? He has an execute and he dash and one-shot people. Okay. Oh yeah, the summary video for the poll. Yeah, I should really get on that. Guys, it's currently tied. You're gonna have to make your mind up. Recycled assassin slot. You can recap his spells you may have forgotten by the time you're back on the league. No, it's okay. Don't worry. I appreciate it though. I know he drops a thing and there's some soul shit involved. I've seen some memes here and there. I normally recommend a beep code speaker, but it may not help with crashes, but sometimes. He's assassin? I'm pretty sure he's an assassin. A mid lane mage assassin. Unless... he looks like an assassin. I want a curry, but it's too warm to prepare. I eat anything hotter than toast. Then just put ice in your curry. Not sure how it works. I don't think anyone is sure how it works. Sorry, that was very funny. So Parsec is a bit silly. There's a lot of opt-out stuff that really should be opt-in. The first thing being, Parsec is like TeamViewer, but I think better. For some reason, it automatically has it on so that when you open Parsec, your computer will be available to host. So I was like telling Winter, you need to turn that off, and I saw his was on, and I see the minute I sent that his computer disappeared from the list. It was really funny. Based on the wiki, he looks like a tool. People are very upset that he's a bit of a cocky Dante-like character. I was under the impression if you don't execute, the threshold increases, which to me was cool. From what I saw in the game, it's when he executes that it does. It's very confusing, it sounds like it. Winter, can I get your Parsec link? Alright, let me... letting go. Do I have to have Parsec in the window that I'm wanting to... when I host? Oh. Can you hear me say the name forever? Can you see me longing for you forever, forever? Okay, I think it should be okay. Let me open up this. I also need to... oh wait, you know what I need to do? I need to fucking actually set up the crowd control part too. That's probably a good idea, eh? Vote long so I can play more. It's a way to... I think it's a way to, oh, hello, Megan. You know what? I'll message you right now, actually, because I was supposed to message you earlier, but then my computer ran into troubles. I miss you too, love. Glad to hear your surgery went well. That reminds me, actually. Megan, do I need to send this letter back, by the way? Also check your... WhatsApp. Oh, that's good, that's good. Everyone, this is my little sister. This is Megan. Everyone say hello to Megan. She just had a surgery. He's an ADC? I don't think he's an ADC. Wait, what one? I didn't see what one. Fuck, I wasn't looking at the poll. Guys, what one? Broke a tie for a moment by voting long stream, but since I ended on a tie anyway, you could dismiss my vote for the sake of world peace. It tied? Oh, I guess we're doing a watch along then. Hello Ray, hello Pancake, how's it going? Did it tie? Tied long stream and hangout. It didn't tie. Did it tie or not? Do you want me to... Right, I'll do it... I'll vote it... We'll do another one. Right, we'll do it right here. Right. Right, you've got 2 minutes. There you go, you've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Ray, hello! Welcome in, Raiders!
Rachel Hart.
Hi! I'll quickly do the raid video because I need to keep an eye on the poll. But thank you for the raid!
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Pego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Oh, okay, no, never mind. I guess not. Well, whatever. Oh, there we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ray. Happy birthday to you. Everybody say happy birthday to Ray, or I'm ending stream right now. It's Ray's birthday today. I couldn't be bothered getting the music up for that because every time I tried to get music up for that, it fucking puts some AI generated happy birthday type shit that I've never heard in my life before. Long stream. Okay. Holy shit. 9 votes. Okay, we're doing a long stream then. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Ray. Thank you so much for the Ray. I hope you had a lovely birthday stream. And thank you so much for the 2-1 resub. Happy 36 months as well. It's very sweet of you. Hello, Igor, and thank you for the 25 stream streak. I hope you had a lovely stream. I was in and out earlier because I saw you were doing dolls, and I was like, shit, I have to kind of not look in case we were doing a hangout. So yeah. But you know, I hope you had a lovely time. Do feel free to tell us all about it. Or don't if you don't want to. I know it's getting pretty late for you and you might want to go get some rest. I don't know how you're handling the heat and all that good stuff, so don't worry about it. But for anyone that is new here, hello, I am Hell. I won't do too much yapping about myself because that's what the raid video is for. But today we are going to be doing some more crowd control for charity, only my mods are going to be playing the games this time. So we're just setting up for my winter car. Winter's going to be playing my winter car, so you guys can... Honestly, I don't even know if you're going to have to terrorize him for that. He's deadass going to be griefing himself, so yeah. You need to play that game where you climb the mountains and stuff. You want me to play Peak? Maybe play some Peak at the end. I don't see why not. 8 months tomorrow? Where is the time gone? My niece is like the funniest ever, honestly. Lag and no idea how cars work. When I was trying it out yesterday, lag didn't seem that bad. Get all 3 siblings on for Peak. By 3, I have 4 siblings. Well, that I know exist. I have family over in Iran. I don't know how many sisters and brothers I have there. Anyway, I need to set this up, so yeah. But no, I hope you had have a lovely birthday, Ray. Sorry for blasting your ears there. You must update your payout. Shut the fuck up, crowd control. Game library. My winter car. Install the mod. Do I need to customize any pricing, Winter, for this, or...? Oxygen not included. That sounds good. Send me some more photos and videos. Thank you, I appreciate it. I always love the photos and videos you send. I know I'm not around, but it means a lot to me that you take the time to do that, unlike some of my other family members. You have persistent infinite terrain working. That sounds really good. You're getting really far with the game. Honestly, I'm so impressed. Okay. You didn't look? Let me have a look. Oh, there's a lot. Fill urine. Empty urine. Oh, lovely. This is basically okay. Seems pretty expensive, but I don't know how detrimental. Let's see. Oh, you're right. Why is it all so expensive? What the fuck? It is so expensive. Why is it all so expensive? Price wizard. We'll do this. There we go. I halved all the prices. Do you think that's good enough? Oh no, shit. Oh shit, I halved it again. Wait, how do I... Ah! I'm fucking it up. Can I reset this? How do I reset it? Reset. Okay. I keep fucking it up. Yeah, no worries, Megan. It would be lovely, but I completely understand, you know, having a baby, it's not gonna be the easiest to get up and stuff. Have it twice, call it a day? Okay. Oh, but it leaves all the prices on like 63. That doesn't make any sense. I'll just round them down. Control, shift, click. Aha. $125. Let me see. I'm just rounding them because otherwise I'm gonna get upset. There we go. I should be good. Right, sick. We done that. Three math credits and I jumped through some hoops to get it swapped? You, that's crazy. Awaiting connector. Okay. 920, 1080. Shitty, no VSync. Golden Eye. Good. Golden Eye. Okay. Display 2. Right. Bum 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 bum. All right. $404. I understand. Oh! It's so loud! Oh! She sits in her ball pit, looks you dead in the eyes, and throws her balls out and laughs at you. She sounds very much like her mother. What is this music I'm listening to? Alright, let me get all this set up. What the fuck is this? How loud is it? Okay, right, we are definitely gonna have to... We're gonna have to still turn it down quite a bit, because what the fuck is that? There's no reason for it to be so loud. Alright. This is not penis music. Okay, right, so... Did you steal Winter's cart? No. She's funny to try eat your face and smacks you. Get her in the boxing. That sounds like boxer behavior. There's so much shit to set up here. But it's okay, because it's for charity. How are we gonna... Do I need to move myself? Should I move myself? Do I need to like... I need to go over here?
Oh, and I have to go to the right?
Yeah. Wait,
I suppose.
I have an idea. We can bring back the mosquito model.
Hey,
And then...
it's been so long.
This music is gonna drive me up the fucking wall. I can
would
already
not turn it
tell.
off. Like, I wouldn't even think about it. I would just tune it straight out. And you know, you've seen me play sim games before and stuff, so you know I would. Like, I still have the music for Schedule 1 on. Like, it's I've played that game for how
She's
long?
obsessed with darts and swimming. Oh, she goes to swimming lessons? That's cool. Me when a baby can swim, but I can't. Shut the fuck up. You want me hanging upside down? Where is... Wait, Ghost isn't even here. There he is.
Bro is hiding. Is Parsec
Okay.
gonna play audio for me and stuff?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
I'm
Just
just
checking.
hoping that it lets me... the one thing I didn't test is if it is fine with me switching my mouse and keyboard out.
Surely.
I think it should be fine. We'll see. Okay. I need to... I need to lock movement. Why is movement not locked? Yeah, we're not doing that. Birds don't swim? What are you even saying right now? What do you mean birds don't swim? Lord have mercy. Alright, let's see. Host. How do I... Friends. Keyboard, mouse. Okay. Do I need to like turn... Okay, hosting enabled. Okay, you should be able to just join.
Yeah, I see. It just popped up.
You can just cover that.
Do you like my username?
Just like... yeah, I was like, what the fuck is that?
Just as waiting.
It does... Is this waiting? Oh,
Maybe
there we
like I
go,
clicked it,
accept.
but it doesn't. I don't know if you have to. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah,
Alright.
I do hear. Okay, let me turn down the audio. Oh, good. It's on the right audio channel already. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, this music's kind of fire though.
What do you mean it's kind of fire?
How'd that system? Oh, this isn't. It's not so bad. Where's the
Alright.
settings?
At the start. Do you have control of the
You've
mouse
entered
still?
relative mouse mode. The cursor is locked. Why is the what? I don't know.
Oh,
what's
I
happening. It's
can't.
froze now.
I can't. Oh!
Oh, I alt tapped. What did I do? I can't.
You
alt
crashed
tap,
my
I
game!
guess.
Alright, so I can't tab out. I can't like go over. Okay, fantastic, right?
So you have to watch me. That's awesome. Great.
Oh my god. I just have to sit here and fucking actually spectate, bro.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Hope you brought your phone. Hope you
Yeah, I
had games
got
on
my
your
phone. I'm just gonna browse some reels on my phone, I guess.
You have to talk to the chat. What? I'm not doing that.
Oh, all right. Yeah, the settings are here.
Oh. Okay, well, really,
Yeah,
what I
alright,
want to
just
change.
just take over my fuck you house. It's fine. Yeah.
I thought you meant what you were
Okay.
showing me for.
No,
I'm sorry,
no,
my bad,
no,
my
it's,
bad.
it's all yours. It's all yours. It's literally
That's
all yours. You just control your input, whatever you want.
I do want to why is Crouch not here? Do you see Crouch? Am I blind? There's no Crouch.
No, I
Okay.
see.
Okay.
Well, that's unlucky. Hello, Stevie. How's it going? I'm sorry for the ads, Megan. What resolution is it in?
I didn't look.
You need to click
Oh, I
I
have to
understand. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that now. I was like, what?
Wait,
All
you
right.
can import
So it's
music
good then.
files. Maybe I should have done that for you. Actually, you know what? No, I'm glad it. Don't click on anything. I don't want it opening shit and fucking.
God knows I'm gonna find in your computer. I don't want to know. Actually.
Don't open my homework
I-
folder. It's got my mod
Fucking-
manager in it. And the recycling bin, I
Yeah,
think.
okay.
Alright, thank you for the gift. It's up to
can't-
Megan. Thank you very, very much, Meg. I hope you
I can't
enjoy
read.
your
Oh,
show.
I can type. Oh wait, this is my last name.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Art. What's your
Chat,
last
what's my
name?
First name? Last name? What's my last name? I don't have a last name.
It was your first name eternally, your
VT?
last
Oh,
name.
you're right. You're
Victor?
so right.
Oh yeah, because you can't change your name.
Yeah, because I can't. Yeah, chat doesn't know my bat. None of you. I didn't. What did I just do? What is this? Permanent death.
Permanent
Oh,
death.
No, we don't want permanent death. I
You
don't
don't-
think, because I'm probably gonna die a lot. And I guess the rest of this is fine. Use images and replace mugshot. No, we're not doing that. Unless you want to do that, in which case
I
you
could
go
I
find
could do
this,
that.
but-
Hopefully, is this gonna crash the game from doing this?
Well, I'll
Is this-
stop touching stuff. I'll let you. You let me know.
Alright.
You do your thing, and I'll just sit
If I
here.
click it, does it
I'll
like
read.
open it? I'm gonna have to open it in Steam probably. Don't worry, I got you.
Thanks. I can't. Hopefully it's streamer. I mean, I'm sure it'll be streamer purple. Oh my god.
Let's see. what are we feeling, Winter? Hmm.
Oh god. That's pretty good.
Oh, these are
The
opening
Cuphead,
clips.
no, not the Cuphead, not the.
I don't have
Cuphead.
Cuphead saved. Well, what about this?
That's. Yeah, that one's good. That's good. I think chat's gonna like that one. I think they won't freak out. Oh no, you should that one. You know the.
this
Oh god, no, not that. No, I don't want that. That's horrible. No,
the files have
the
names. You can
minion.
oh, this one or
Yeah,
or-
yeah,
or
that
this
one.
one.
Not that one. I don't think that one's stream appropriate.
what about this? All right,
Oh god.
copy this, and I gotta fucking find it.
It was in It was in like mugshots or something.
It's my fucking
Maybe
Images.
under. Yeah, the mugshot one.
oops. Shut up. Can I change these as well?
I'm sure you could, yeah. And honestly, I think they're AI generated anyway, so you freaking might as well.
Oh, it opens on my other. Okay, right. Okay, we can change this, but we need 3.
Yep.
Let's see. It's gonna be weird if they have to be a certain
You could
size, but
use- Yeah, it'll be fine. Could use that one you wanted to use, was it Wazowski? Yeah.
yeah. Okay. 1, 2. We'll have a non-curse one, and then 3. Perfect.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. it was just one.
Yeah, it
One
was 1,
word.
2, 3. Yeah, all one word. No caps or anything like that.
We're cooking, guys.
Yeah, we've cooked.
Do you
I don't
want
know what
to
the rest
change
of
our
the stuff is. We should
flag?
leave.
Okay.
Yeah,
Car
we could
PNG,
change the flag too,
oh.
I suppose. But the other things I would leave just in
Are
case.
you sure you don't want to change the PNG of the car? I'm sure this is gonna be very. It's okay. We'll leave the rest of this.
It's just because it's a texture. Well, I mean,
All right, 1 second before you.
I wonder if it's this car.
Maybe. All right.
Yeah, you might have to reload the.
No, that should be fine when it loads in the game, right? Or do you want me to? Okay, right. I mean, I can.
But if we hit cancel and then start it again, it probably would be there. Yeah, see. All right.
Fantastic. Oh, I can't wait to see what the posters look like. I'm sure they're gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know when we're gonna see those.
1999.
1999, right before Y2K.
Oh. And then the game crashes. Problem, hunger,
What
stress, urine, fatigue, fuck, okay.
Okay, we need to. I can tell you right the freak now. Why? Where? Hello? Why is
What
there
play
no
controls?
sensitivity?
Wait, you use the same mouse as me, right? Does it take my... Wait, do you have like my...
That's your DPI? I don't.
Nah,
know.
I feel like you would definitely notice
think
the
so.
change. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, agreed. With you there, but I still.
There's a square button. There seems to be a button for everything.
Can I not change the field of view? Hello?
Let me try.
Hello? Yeah, go for it. Blowing, but
0.
keep raise. No, don't put it all the way up other direction. Thank you. Thank you. I want that shit to look like Doom. It's crazy that I can't touch the sensitivity itself of like the mouse.
No, there is. It's at the bottom there.
What do you mean it's at the bottom? Oh.
Oh my god.
Wait, how did you move it? Can I just
I
not
clicked
click
it. You should be able to click.
Okay, so
Considering
I
you've
just
been
can't.
clicking, is it specifically
Right.
slider stuff?
I think it's just the sliders. Can
You-
you drag it to like
okay.
maybe 10 for both of them? 10! 10! No, that is not 10! That is
Okay,
the
try now.
opposite. Yeah, alright, sure. We'll fucking try and you'll see me fly around the screen. I'm gonna be able to control myself.
Can you not just like? Oh no, you can't. You have to drag it.
No, I tried the arrow keys too.
Okay, there you go.
Alright. It's weird because I can click those other things. Alright, that's so much better. Although maybe I should turn it up a little. Maybe it is pulling your sensitivity. It feels weird. Could you raise it to 15, please? Sorry, you have to.
I
do
got
this
you.
for
No,
me.
it's fine. It's not as if I can do much else anyway.
Yeah, fair enough. That's much better. Okay, cool. I don't know what we're. Oh, C Crouch is already on C. I was worried for nothing. Okay, so we have a couple meters.
It's so
You said
quiet.
problem, hunger, stress, urine. Yeah, I turned it down too low. I can't hear anything anymore. So let me turn it back up a little bit. Do you need to adjust any settings for stream?
I don't think so. There's just
Audio
there's
wise.
no like
Okay.
music anymore.
This is just no audio. Yeah.
Are you
okay,
pissing?
Well, peas. Yep.
Did you-
I just pissed because I pressed P on my mouse without really thinking. I just kind of did it. Save and quit. Okay. Cool. Holy. This is so weird. Oh god. This is my
Oh, it's
bedroom.
your
Can I take
alarm.
this with me? No. Is it going
Did
off?
this
I don't
this
hear it.
room this fucking your stress level
Raised
has
my
been raised,
stress level. That's
and your
awesome.
urine level
Thanks,
is
Stevie.
already the grief has started,
Oh,
and you don't even know what you're
I
doing.
am already. I don't even know what I'm doing. Well, I'm gonna go with piss because I could do that.
Fantastic! Wow, this is
This
amazing
is
gameplay.
taking longer than expected. Why am I still pissing? I stopped pressing the button. What's happening? What is he still peeing? Okay, well, you know
Dude.
what? It's fine.
Oh my god. Okay, you ran out of
Is this
piss.
our
It's
shit
good.
box? I didn't see a key anywhere. So
Um,
hopefully I just have.
I was
is
gonna
there,
say
like,
the
an
house that
inventory?
you live in looks like a house flipper house before you like fix it.
Yeah, it's actually true. How do I fucking get in the car? I can't get in the car. Oh wait, there we go. I just have to physically drive into the car. How do I enter driving mode? I saw it for a second there, but it's not coming back up. Oh, what's the interact button? I don't know what
Probably
the interact button is.
E, no?
I'm pressing E.
Let's see. F?
Lean right. So F. Use objects. Yeah, must be. Oh, driving mode is return. So that's this. What the? Okay, so you're saying, hang on. Oh my Christ, this is okay. I noticed that there's no key in the ignition, so we gotta find the fucking key. Where's the key?
Oh yeah, you were getting cold too.
What do you mean I'm getting? Oh, you're right. The body temperature's going down. Where's the fucking key? Where's the key? Okay, well maybe the key was there and I missed it.
I feel like
Do I have
I'm
to-
witnessing how Winter handles a car IRL. Probably. I mean, there was a bee's nest in his
bee.
car. So there's a distinct
That's
lack of bees in this
Because I
one.
did try my car. Please let me out of this house. Wait, there's something here. What is this stuff?
That looks like your
I can't read
fucking
that.
fuse box in your
Yeah.
energy meter.
Well, some like in my apartment
Just
we have
gonna
a
leave your
key
door
ring at the
open.
side of the door. Yeah, whatever. No one's gonna come in. I mean, would I get robbed? All right. Do y'all
Oh my
see a
God.
key here? Is there like a key? Oh wait. Nope, that's a dial.
Just click the ignition.
Like I can't
Maybe-
just.
Yeah, there you go. There's a key.
Oh
Boom.
my god, I can't
Oh my
just
god,
click
you're
the
Houdini.
ignition. I'm fucking. And so is it good?
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Oh, holy
Why
shit.
is shaking so
Oh my god. Okay.
Okay. How do I like sit in this seat at their driving mode? Alright. Can I like is there a way to zoom in? One of these buttons zoom.
There's
Zoom,
driving
left
controls.
Control. Why is it left control? Well, I just wanted to see because clearly I can't see out of my windows. Please. Is it because I'm in driving mode? I can't touch this thing.
Do you want me to try?
Like yeah. Okay, so it's
Wait.
a skill
I-
issue. Okay,
yeah,
or we're
I
doing
can't
something
also-
wrong.
Oh. You need to use your scroll wheel.
I see. Okay. But how do I control the top one? That's the bottom. Wait, maybe we don't need to control the top one.
This guy drives IRL, by the way. He is
Oh,
allowed
there
on the
we go.
roads.
My car
Legally.
is like not made in 1999. Car's made in 20.
Take us to Burger
60.
King. I'm glad you enjoyed
Okay,
yourself,
we got
Megan.
the.
Okay, we finally
It's
started the car.
hazards. Oh, I
You
need
are
to, probably need
shaking
to turn
like a
on
chihuahua.
the window heater. Because the heat's not on for some reason. I don't know why. Why can't I crouch in my car? Like, I can't get lower, you know what I mean? That's the hazards. Direction. So, is the direction... I don't know if that's right or not. I can't read these symbols, it's too difficult. Oh, the blower. That's what we're looking for. Yes, finally. See, all these buttons are different things and I can't fucking hit them. Also, I think Stevie made me drunk.
Yeah, you're drunk. You're-
Okay, we're Are we making progress? Is anything happening? I'm gonna. Oh wait. Okay. Wait. I'm seeing directions. I'm understanding. Okay. I think the window should start clearing up any minute now. Any minute now. Any second.
You
now.
just need to pour like hot water directly on the windscreen. I think that will work.
That definitely won't cause it to shatter or something.
No.
I can't. Please let me up. Oh. Hey, look at that. It worked. Definitely wasn't Stevie.
Yeah. Thank you, Steve. Isn't it just gonna ice up again?
No. Why can't I drive? Oh, right, because it's probably in park. How do I... Oh, it's in neutral, actually, which is... How do I, like, use... I'm trying to grab... My car! What are you doing?
Hey, you don't have any windows anymore. Wait, that's so useful, actually.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, it's broken. Look at this thing. It's cooked. And why is it so... Where'd it go?
That's just gone. Oh, CV has repaired your car.
It's gone. Oh, yep. It's back to normal now. Thanks, Stevie.
I think your car is fogging up
that
again,
was... yeah, probably because I have the window or the door like wide fucking open. All right, we need to look at the driving mode controls because I don't know how to take the car out of fucking steering left. Okay, yeah, that was working. I could tell. Throttle. Yep. How do I clutch? No, I don't know how to drive manual.
Oh yeah, this is like set in
okay.
fucking Sweden or some shit, right?
I think I might understand. Do I have to hold? Okay, so I enter driving mode, and then do I hold X?
Oh, Winter, you really gotta pee.
No. What do you mean I really gotta... Oh.
Winter, you go fucking piss yourself. Finland, I see. Is Winter aware a car is supposed to move and not just for sitting inside?
What are you? Well, I was trying to learn how to drive the car.
Zelk's love.
Listen, it's his
Okay,
first day on
X.
Earth. Be kind.
I don't
Autumn, hello,
know why
lovely.
this isn't
Thank you so
working.
much for the tail and resub. Happy 54 months, my love. How are you doing? Finland. Do you have to scroll with that too, or?
Oh, I didn't think... I can't even grab... Oh, this thing you mean?
Yeah.
No, this thing doesn't do anything.
I'm pretty sure you...
I'm trying to move the clutch right now, which I would assume is
Does
this
that
thing
say
in the middle
choke?
here. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that
What's a
is.
choke?
Zelk's break.
Is that just...
I don't know. Why is
Sick.
it's making the car make funny noises though?
Winter, your urine is red. You're gonna pee blood.
It's fine. Hold on, let me get out of the car. I'll go piss in the snow.
Alichi, thank you for the tail and resub. Happy 34 months. Thank you very, very much. Is Babel watching them try to drive? To be fair, I know it's a big meme, but like, the fucking god knows how this game works.
It's mostly like right now. I don't know how to make the clutch move. I can't figure that out. It's not X or S. Which
It's
is the
sticking
only,
its
like, three
handbrake, I know,
controls.
right? Still in pajamas? Sounds cozy. Are you trying to... You're in neutral, bro.
I know. I can't get it out of neutral.
I think you have to put it in first gear to get it out of neutral.
I am aware. What is that? I do not know how to make what happened needs to happen. I haven't even... I'm not even stepping on the gas right now. I'm not hitting anything. I think this choke thing might have fucked something. Hold on. How do I... Can I turn the car off? How do I turn the car off? Okay.
Oh my god.
Everything's fine. Everything is fine.
Can we get an IRL driving stream? No, because I don't have my driver's license. Has Winter even seen a car before? This is his first time.
Not like this. Definitely not like this. No, like I said, my car was made in 2016.
Okay, nice.
It's not making a horrible sound anymore. That's good. I'm holding
tell if
X.
that-
I'm trying to hit. Okay. Oh, thanks, Stevie.
Yeah,
thanks.
really nice.
That'll do. Oh, I can't go backwards, and I'm stuck. Oh, whoa.
Wait, my winter car, how to drive.
Okay, wait. So it is moving the clutch, but why can't I move?
Oh,
I need
you need to
figure out how to move
unplug
this
the
thing in the
heater,
middle.
use choke to warm the engine, defrost the windows, and drive slowly to avoid spinning out on ice. So the
Yeah,
choke,
you're saying a lot of words that I don't know what they mean. So.
The choke warms up the engine. Why are you tilted now? I looked away for 2 seconds.
I learned I could tilt.
Oh my lord.
But how do I need to figure out how to move this thing in the middle
Winter,
here.
I think your indicator
This
is
what
on.
I need to... I know, my hazards are on. I put them on. Well, I'm stuck. I'm in the... What do you want me to not... I'm being safe. Hello?
There's no one around.
If you see a car pulled over on the side of the road without their hazards on, you
You're
might
not
get shot
even
or
on.
something. God knows.
You're not even on a road to be on the side of it. What are you talking about?
You raised my engine temperature? Thanks. Fine, I'll turn the hazards off.
Okay. Okay. Ensure the handbrake is fully down. It can stick, so click on it a few times and check the dashboard light.
Check the dashboard light?
There's a few red lights there, bro.
Yeah, one of them is the oil light for some reason. God knows why that's on. I can't see every light, which is incredible.
This is like backseat drivers. This is what it feels like. I forget reading a manual to try and get this guy moving.
Like, I mean, I don't know. I assume it's... Listen,
I mean, check if the light is on now. No.
Nothing has changed.
Oh, Autumn repaired
thank
your
you,
vehicle. Thank you, Autumn. Oh, there you go!
Oh.
It's down!
It
Okay,
is.
you're in
I had
first?
to
Okay,
right-click
now
that
move.
for some reason.
Go!
I'm hitting W. Nothing's changing.
Let's see if you're forcing the gas down.
We only gonna have a tank!
This is why you don't have a license because it would be IRL. Dude, this is such a mood. Because how do you even drive a car?
Not you did like this? I mean, maybe
It's gonna
some
be a
people
minute,
who are
and once
crazy
he's
wanna drive their
going,
car like this.
Insta switch it to 6th gear. Yeah, well, we're having problems getting to the going part.
Yeah, well, we're
You're
not
getting
going,
pretty
so,
warm now.
That's fine. How do I turn off the blower again? I have to drag this all the way. Hang on.
Me, you can just
Thanks,
turn it
Sammy.
off now. Oh, you
Wait,
need
I
to
thought I
piss
did
now.
turn off the blower. Oh, I guess I didn't.
Okay.
Okay. I still can't figure out how to. Like, I'm holding W
Press
to
the
go,
clutch.
and W's not going.
And shift into 1st gear, so you're into 1st gear. Press
Yeah,
W for gas and
We're
release
already
the
in first
clutch
gear.
gently to move forward. Oh, your urine's been emptied.
Oh, you know, I have a feeling I know the problem.
Did you drive into something?
Somehow.
what is that?
Well, okay. First of all, drove into something. You mean I was sent flying into the sky by jet? So yes, I appear to have landed on something, and I'm gonna guess that this is why you can't move. It is right
Oh,
in
you
the
might
middle
be.
of the car.
You might be. Oh,
Oh.
oh, fantastic!
Now what do I
Your
do?
level has been that made you really want to pee.
Great, thanks, guys. Just gonna start peeing. Why is the antenna fucked up? I don't think it was like that before.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Hey,
There you go.
It's good. It's good. We're good. We're good.
Okay, you
Stop
don't have to keep
Stop
peeing.
peeing. I know. I'm not hitting pee anymore.
Oh, it's because you're like.
Stop.
You just
the
gotta
door,
wait for the last few
please.
bits to come out.
I'm just trying to open the door at this point. I don't care about the pee. Okay. Driving mode. Why are we not going forward, dude? We're still in 1st gear, right?
Yeah,
handbrake
handbrake
is
is
down?
down. Now it's up. Now it's
Yeah.
up. Now it's.
Yeah,
Now
right. I
it's
have to
down.
right click it to put it down. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, it would help if you turn on the car.
Oh my
Okay,
god,
now
it
you're
wasn't
neutral.
on. Wait, now it's in neutral. How'd that
Okay, hold
happen?
X and
Yeah,
and shift into first gear.
great. I'm holding X and I don't know how to shift into first.
Look, this is what Grok is telling me, dude. I don't know what to tell you. He just says, gears. Press the clutch, X, and shift into first gear. Is it like a mouse movement? Is it like a scroll movement? Is it like a...
Oh, it is scroll. Yeah, it was scroll.
Okay. You still got
I'm
one
still
red
not
light.
moving. Why
What's
are we
that?
not
What's that
moving?
red light? Oh, that's 2 red lights now.
I don't. Well, that's one's the oil light. It's fine. Don't worry about that. And I don't know what that one is. That one would actually make me think we're in neutral or something, but we're not because it says first gear.
Okay, right. Mine
Maybe
with
the
the
engine's
car.
not warm enough or something.
Warning lights. Let's see.
No, Brad, I have not driven a manual before. I understand the general idea, but yeah, no, I've never driven manual. My car, as I said, my car is new. It's
alright,
automatic.
let's see.
The 2016. I don't know what this choke thing is. Like I said, I understand. Like I know you have to hit a clutch to shift into the gear, but I don't know. You know, I don't know like what point you're supposed to do that. Any of that. So yeah, that's gonna be exciting when we get to that point. Assuming we can get ourselves moving. I don't know why we're not moving now though.
I'm trying to look at the. But this
Maybe we
fucking
should-
Wikipedia has 7 million ads on it. Join the conversation. No.
Start driving, you release the clutch. So you're saying that if I think I understand what Brad is saying. So if I'm holding this,
Yeah, Autumn is literally fucking trying to fix all your problems.
that doesn't seem to be like I'm holding the clutch and now I'm holding W and then I'm releasing the clutch. That doesn't seem to be changing my situation. Stop
Instrument
forcing the
panel.
gas down! I
Let's
already
see.
don't have a lot of gas.
Okay, no, this dude, the Wikipedia is so fucking. The name of your car is Sorbet, by the way. So when did
Oh,
Wiki have
cool.
ads?
My
To be fair, it's
dirtiness.
probably because they need to make money.
So I step on the clutch, slowly release it, then step the accelerator. Okay, nothing is
Pull
changing.
the choke all the way
You can
out.
see- you can
Turn
see
off
me
everything
pressing
that
the
can use
clutch.
battery. Press the gas pedal on 5 times. Twist the key. Press down. I didn't start. Yada yada yada. Okay, this is not. Dude, I can't help you. I don't know what these warning lights are.
Fuck, I think it was off again. It must have stalled out.
How many idiots does it take to move a car? Yeah, with you've got problem. Your problem level is over halfway. We don't
What,
have
my
enough
problem?
idiots.
It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. It's once again in neutral, and I thought it was scrolling, but its scrolling is not taking it out of neutral.
No, no, no. How to use clutch.
Who is speaking?
What? Excuse me?
Who just spoke to
I
me?
beg your pardon? I helped the incontinence before I know Winter, you are stressed. You are fucking stressed.
Oh god, I have to pee too. I'm gonna piss myself, bro. Hold on, we gotta go piss. Even they're flaming me? Yeah. Who, like, literally, who was that, bro? Was that me talking, actually? Like, nobody's here.
Okay. If you're finding it difficult, the manual clutch difficult to manage with a keyboard, you can enable auto clutch in the main settings menu. Do you want to enable the auto clutch?
I don't know. Actually, that's
What
not my
are-
door. My door's over there. This is somebody
You're
else's
pissing
door.
on someone else's door!
I still have so much pee! Fuck!
Yeah. Do you want to put
you're
auto clutch
I
on?
Well,
It's in your
that
settings
feels
menu.
like cheating. I will check it in a second. I would like to try one more time.
Whenever you need to switch gears, press the clutch fully in, move the stick to the next gear, and smoothly let the clutch back out while applying gas. Do not ride
right,
the clutch.
but
What does this even
can't-
mean?
This car stuff. But I can't move the fucking middle thing. This is the issue.
Do you just
Whatever.
have to
I
press
guess we might as well
X?
turn it on. Oh, wait, auto clutch is on. It was already on.
Wait, did you just have to press X instead of...
What do you like? I'm pressing X, but like nothing.
Oh.
No, like it's not changing. Like nothing. Like this is gonna be like I don't know how to take this car. Like I don't understand what I am doing wrong. Yes, I know I can only move when the clutch is in. That is not. I don't know how to move it. That is the problem is
Oh,
that I don't
the
physically
number
know how to
pad.
move this.
Maybe.
Thank
Or
you.
G?
G. Yes.
And then
G.
B.
G is doing it. G and B. Yes. Thank you.
There we
There we
go.
go. Okay. Surely now we could get some. G
Tonight
and
at
B. Alright,
Bolton
so we're
Gear.
in neutral.
Hell deciphers an ancient manuscript. Winter pisses himself and the stick hunts drivers for sport. Yeah, for those of you who wanted the watch along, I mean, you kind of got it here, really.
Yeah, this is just like Top Gear. Stop changing my camera!
Oh my god.
Okay, well we're in first gear and we're still not moving, so at this point it's a skill issue, but we'll figure that part out. So... Okay, well I almost
Oh
had
dear.
it. Should I, can I go into reverse? Ah, I can't go into reverse. Excellent. Oh, the car shut off again.
That's a new warning light. Oh, there you go.
It's fine, don't worry about the warning lights. Warning lights are only a
You're in
problem.
neutral.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
see
there
that
you
now.
go.
Oh, thanks, Stevie. Needed that. Okay. No, I have to put in on a little gas in neutral while holding the fucking clutch or something. Oh no, I don't have to hold the clutch because auto clutch is on. That's what we've learned.
Are you in a
Why am I not
tree?
moving? Oh, the car's off again. No, the car turned off again. Okay.
Jeez. Oh.
Okay.
Oh. Remember, you are on ice. You can't just...
Right, I can't
car
just fucking
keeps
do that.
turning
Yeah. Listen, at least I understand the concept of moving now. I know how to get going. I don't know how to go well. But
You're
I can
gonna...
go.
Oh my god.
What do you want me to do? I'm holding turn!
You're on ice and snow! You gotta drive like it! Oh my god.
Believe it or not, I grew up where there was a lot of ice and snow and have a lot of experience driving on ice and snow.
Winter's
in a modern
Captain
car.
Slow? I don't think Winter's Captain Slow. Winter doesn't know how to drive a car. Winter's giving real Richard Hammond
Oh
right
my
now.
god, stop shutting off!
It's the way it's gone through. Yeah, exactly, Snowy. It's a Hammond.
Alright,
Dude, this car's a piece of shit.
I'm gonna lose my mind. This car's gonna make me... Neutral! I mean,
We have
reverse.
successfully, after how long, moved the car?
Except they still keep stalling out! So people play these games. Yeah, my stress meter is exactly that high, both in the game and for reals. Oh my god, I keep stalling.
This guy is not happy with you, Winter.
He's not, it's because look at his stress meter and his problem meter.
What
Stop
does
raising my
problem...
urine level!
What does problem even mean, bro?
I don't know, man.
The next Lewis Hamilton.
Oh no! Don't
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
launch my car. Oh, we're still on. Okay. Oh, Christ above. Do you think the engine's too cold?
You gotta choke the engine.
Yeah. Do I gotta choke the engine? Well, I assume that would tell me if it's too cold. Raise my engine temperature. Oh, well, thanks. That works too. Alright, I have to do that. Alright. Alright. Hey. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. You know, there's a small problem.
Hmm?
There's a small problem.
What's that?
I don't fucking know what we're doing in this game.
Well, you need to
Besides
not be so
this.
stressed. Well,
Right,
listen,
so, like, how do I
you
fix that?
you're the one that picked the you're the one that picked the game. You had
Right.
a plethora of games, and you you picked this game. So
Well, yeah, because you've seen, like, this exactly. I mean, you've seen what's happened so far. I feel like that was pretty. Okay, everything's fine.
okay, you
Alright, well,
probably
we
want to
gotta
go
find a
to
place to
this
get food.
like a store. There was a map on in the bedroom, but oh.
Apparently M is not the map, but the M flips people off.
You turn the radio on? Do we even have a
What is
radio?
this? Do you want me to figure out how to turn on the radio?
I don't think you have a radio.
I don't think I do either, actually, yeah. Oh, it's a bus.
Oh, there's a bus. You could get on the bus.
Pub.
Maybe that
There's
could
a
take.
pub. Hold up, there's a
Go to
pub.
the
That
pub.
probably has
You need to
food.
go to the pub.
We're working on it. How do I? Oh god.
Oh yeah,
no,
your
why is my
your
turning
steering
not
has been
turning?
reversed.
I'm on
Your
ice.
steering has
What do you
been
mean my steering's
reversed.
been reversed?
Art has decided that you deserve reverse steering. I don't know what to tell you.
I did not realize that.
Don't worry, the reverse
Right,
steering
okay.
has been reversed.
Great. Phenomenal.
I mean, it's a surprise he hasn't died yet. He's hungry, he's stressed, he needs to pee. Honestly, mood. Oh, Satan!
alright.
Oh dear. We don't do any of that here. Honestly, you could have gone out and walked to the pub.
I agreed, and I did consider it. I don't
You're going
know
the
how
wrong
I'm
way.
gonna turn around.
Just
Right.
Just go backwards. Just drive backwards.
That seems unwise. Why?
Oh, you're in
What?
reverse. You know, that's perfect.
I
Thank
don't
you,
want
Luigi.
Luigi.
That works.
Oh my god, you stalled the car out. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I didn't even stall the car. It was you. Okay. Hopefully I held it enough on neutral. Alright, we're gonna turn around in this parking lot here.
I did set up the Tiltify thing correctly, didn't I? I hope I did.
Don't look at me, man.
I didn't double check that.
Wait, how did I
should
end up
have.
back at my house? Doesn't matter. I know where to leave.
Wait, that's crazy.
Am I stuck? How? How did I even fucking... Well, that works, I suppose, thanks. Where am I? What is happening? Thank you. Oh, well, since we're not in the car anymore, we might as well do this. Alright, now let's see if we can't figure out this hunger sitch. What? My car!
Oh yeah, okay, it's set up. Oh, you
Okay,
got
well, I'm
teleported
at
to
the
the pub.
Thanks, Art. Hey, you guys don't mind if I'm pissing in here, right?
Oh no, they don't.
let's
They
see,
don't
what do we
like
got?
that. They don't like when you
What do
piss
you
in
mean
there.
they don't?
Can you read? There's subtitles on the bottom.
Oh, I thought that was me talking still.
No,
I'll take this thing. Can I have this?
that's.
What is these dialogues? Wait, how much money do I have? Oh, I have 2 grand. Sick. Where did the coffee go? Did I drink it? Ooh, sausage with fries. Perfect. I'll take some of those too.
Winter raising awareness for incontinence.
We're just gonna pee while he's not here.
I mean,
Wait,
he's
he can still
clearly
see me peeing?
he can sense it. Yes. I mean, you can't pee anymore. You don't have
Bitch, you ain't even
any
here.
any pee left.
You got any ciggies, bro?
Why do you keep saying that? Stop saying
I
that.
don't know. I'm not trying to. What the? What is that?
Oh. Oh, okay.
Miscs player controls.
Smoking is I.
Push.
Oh, if you need to push your car. You got gestures.
Oh,
Is gestures like
Gestures
emotes?
where?
K.
Maybe. Reach. Okay. Not what I expected Q to do when E leans to the right. I'll make one of those birds, you know? The water jugs. You know what I mean?
Where's the drink that you paid for?
Where's
Like,
my
what's going
fucking
on?
food, bro? I drank it? Question mark? I don't know. It disappeared, and I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, well that's what gestures does. Hey bud, you got my food for me? What is this rule?
sausage with fries.
Yum 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 yum.
Oh, you got no
Excellent.
hunger
Okay, so
anymore.
my hunger is fixed. Perfect.
Oh, you just littered.
Excellent. How do? No, I didn't.
Oh,
can I get some
cigarettes.
ciggies?
No niin, odotapa hetki. No niin, tuosta vaan olkeepa hyvä.
No cigarettes. They're right here. Oh, I have to press F first. Okay. 20 cigarettes left.
Oh,
How do I
this is
smoke?
probably gonna let your stress go, right?
That's what I'm hoping.
You're really warm, by the way.
It's warm in here.
It's not getting rid of your stress. Ooh, the music.
Yeah, it is. What you guys talking about? You guys come here. You guys come here often?
That ear doesn't belong to that guy. He just stapled that there. Are you peeing?
Oh, I guess so.
Why are you peeing?
Alright,
You're
now
gonna
we
get
just
kicked
figure
out,
how
and the
to
only
solve our
place you can buy.
problem.
Is that gambling?
We'll take a
Winter,
look in a second.
Winter, go back.
I,
No. That looks like gambling to me.
Llama. I can't read this, man.
Fuck it. Probably maybe the blue. I don't know. Fucking click buttons until it goes. It's just clicking shit. Oh fucking god, no.
Oh, I had to put money in.
Okay, there we go.
Did
I
I
think
win?
you lost.
I think I lost.
What is going on? Oh boy.
Okay, so
Oh, it
it's
only
using
takes 5.
Yeah, I think that was that first one that I set. I don't know what this does. Or
Do we
like what
have
these
anyone
do.
that could
Oh, I
translate for
probably
us?
stop them. I'm guessing this probably. Oh, it doesn't
To
stop
hold.
it. Wait, what? But I can't click it at all. Oh, hold. So you mean like if I do?
Yeah, and then you spin it again.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, okay. Goat, I don't know,
it only
can
hangs
goat
on
speak
to it
Finnish?
once. Yeah, he's Bosnian.
Oh, let's go, you won
Oh,
15!
hey, I won!
You
I won 15.
You won the exact amount you spent.
Let's go, keep going. I'll raise my stress levels.
that was
I don't want to
close.
smoke my cigarettes.
Who are these people?
Developers or AI? Wouldn't be surprised.
This is peak. What does problem mean? How do we get rid of problem?
I don't
You need
know.
to
I
go
was
to
really
sleep
hoping
though.
gambling.
You're fucking tired.
Oh, you're right.
Let me have a look.
My only problem's drinking. I haven't drank yet. That's the only thing I haven't really done.
The problem
sleep
bar
until I finish
represents a
spending all my money.
combination of your addiction and thirst.
Okay, so yeah, I need to drink.
When you are sober, it functions as a thirst bar, but as addiction builds, drinking water alone won't suffice. To cure alcoholism, players agree you must intentionally let the bar hit the red zone and wait it out. What? You're an alcoholic? Hello, Drew. How's it
Apparently.
going?
Alright, well hey, see, we turned it around, we spent $100 and we made 40, so that's a profit right there, baby.
Hey, that works.
How do I-
That works.
How do I collect my money like that? Alright, cool. Alright, oh, do I have to physically collect it? No, I'm good.
I'm sure it's fine. I can just imagine the smell of that place. Where's your car?
Yeah, it probably smells foul. Well, Art teleported me away from my car, so fuck knows, honestly. Oh shit,
Oh,
hey, brought me
God
back.
bless you,
Thanks.
Oh, your car was running this entire time.
Oh, well, it's gonna continue to run because I gotta sleep, like you said. And
Smoking out the back.
Yes, it's supposed to. That's the exhaust.
Or it's gonna be on fire.
It's normal.
That much smoke is normal?
It's winter.
Oh, you can't rest.
Yeah, why can't I fucking sleep? Hello? Am I high?
There was a button there before.
Yeah, I remember it.
Oh, you're
Uh,
peeing a little.
No, I didn't do that.
Oh,
Oh, fridge
your
empty.
fridge is
No.
looking like a bit sad there.
Beer. No beer. Please, let me past. Let me through.
Yeah, why
guess
can't
I
you
can't
sleep? That's
sleep.
crazy. Is there like a specific button for it? I'm assuming not because there wasn't.
No, it was. Yeah, it wasn't before, so.
Maybe it's because your car is on. You can't sleep because your car is on and then you're stressed.
Yeah, maybe
Or the
my
problem bar,
is
too.
too big. It's time to get driving. We're gonna head out to the bar. Or something. What am I doing? Oh, I'm in reverse. Okay. How do I... Killing myself in Minecraft. I've already forgotten how to shift. Never mind, I remembered.
Fantastic. This is great. Aww. Autumn,
thanks.
Autumn gave you a caffeine pill,
Yeah. Much
and
appreciated.
you've crashed into something. You've crashed into.
Yeah, it's fine though. Don't worry about it. I figured out how to swear.
Perkele.
Why did we stop? Did the car stall? Oh my god. I must have gone off the road.
Your car is not.
How do I turn
oh,
on the lights,
oh,
you think? Oh, the L
like
button.
that.
It doesn't seem to have turned on the front lights though, only the...
Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
There we go.
Just turn on your hazards. There you go. That's.
You fucking kidding me?
Why are your wipers on?
What do you mean? How else am I gonna clear the snow off my windshield?
Your car is.
This car's a piece of shit, dude.
It's struggling.
People drive like this? People used to drive this way? Bro! What? I'm not holding, like, A or S, so I don't understand why it's not simply going backwards. I don't gotta hit shit for a clutch, it's auto-clutching.
Yeah, he's.
Does it itself.
How did Winter pass his driving test? Not in a what was this fucking car called again? A sorbet?
Oh, yeah, I don't-
Not in
I-
a sorbet.
Not in a manual car either, yes. Yes, but yeah, I don't need to actually clutch
Oh.
it. It does it itself. The problem right now is that we're stuck on a bit of snow and ice, and I can't turn left or right, or it stalls
You
out.
might just have to
I
get
might
out
have to
and
go forward
push.
a bit. Oh, yeah, maybe actually, yes. Yes, you're right. I forgot I can do that. And yeah, also I passed it in America, so you know. And also like genuinely, like they were like between like where they did the tests at the DMV when I went and took mine, so I like actually had an easier version of the test than should have been normal. Why can I not? Oh, nope.
Oh,
that's
you
not
got
right.
a toe.
I can't figure out how to like actually push.
Don't worry, I will ask Rock.
Yeah, I also have had to push my car, in the snow too, up a hill. That sucked. I hated that hill. I don't live in an area of snow anymore, thank fucking god. This shit ain't a problem no more. How do I fucking push? I pull out my
J,
hands with
activate
J.
the car built-in pushing arms and modes. Use the Q key while aiming the camera at an angle to
Oh.
push the underside of the chassis. The chassis.
Yeah.
Chassis.
Oh,
Oh,
thanks, Autumn.
There you go. Autumn pushed your car for you. Right into a fence, so I hope that's not gonna be a problem.
It's fine.
Were the roads even paved back then?
Oh, I can't close my door. Bad news. Well, also, maybe I had to turn the car on. Oh, there we go. Alright.
Oh
Okay, so
my
you said I
god.
had to press J, and then... Oh, I might not be able to solve this problem with brute force, but we will try.
Your fucking car is halfway in the back rooms, bro.
Yeah, I don't think this bitch moving.
So like you press Q to like get under the chassis or whatever.
Yeah, but I don't like I don't see still how I'm like supposed to push.
Oh, you know that works.
That works.
That works too.
Thanks, Art. Oh, my windshield's cooked. I don't need
Which
that
way
anyway,
does it
let's
need to be
honest.
shoved?
I don't know.
I don't know. At this point, Winter just needs to grow wings and never touch a car again.
How did this happen?
Because Art flipped your car. Hope that helps.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh,
How did I get in it? Oh, well that works.
Oh,
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 thank you guys.
perfect. Your fucking windscreen wipers are doing nothing. Oh.
Oh, thanks guys.
Oh, Autumn has taken your car into the fucking garage like 3 times. Just like, can you fix this car, please? I know we were just here. Oh my god. Oh!
I
Hey,
don't know how that happened,
there we
but we're
go.
good. Hey, everything's
that
good. Everything's worked out in the end. This is
nice.
perfect. Good job, guys.
Okay,
Thanks.
sick. Positive
Great work, everyone.
affirmation.
Teamwork.
I'm gonna have to open my phone for fucking Google again. I am worthy of love and respect. There we go. Boom. Hey, look, we're moving! You are. I feel like you're sat
Yeah.
really far forward.
I am because yeah, that's just how it happened.
Oh, there you go. Don't worry, Lychee fixed that for you.
That works. Thanks. Now we're playing Doom. Alright, so we gotta find some booze. Where do you think has booze? Probably the pub.
Either
Why
booze
didn't I get
or
booze
like
while I
just
was
a
there?
normal drink.
No, I think you said what it was red water won't help anymore.
I don't know. It's what the Grok said.
Well, I trust Rock wholeheartedly. He would never lie to me. I mean, he's an AI after all.
Disclaimer, it's not actually Rock, but I'm not actively asking
Yeah,
Rock
yeah.
for help.
I assume you did that, yeah.
Where's the repair driver? I think the pub is on the right here,
We're
right?
moving. Yeah, it is. Why did you
You turned right too soon. You turned right too soon, Winter.
It
Winter, you
literally will
turned
not let me do
right
anything
too
anymore.
soon.
Oh no, we're stuck now, bro. Oh my god, things are going so well. I cannot. It is perma right. This shit is perma right. Why? Oh, there we go.
It serves you right for going so fast. If you weren't going so fast, you could have.
Fast! It's going 30!
Hello, Daniel. Worst thing is you can't even tell if this is driving or the car control. Honestly, I will have to give Winter a little bit of grace. This game is very finicky. Remember to adhere to the speed limit. I wonder what even the speed limit is.
I'm gonna lose my mind. Thank you, Art.
Oh, car crash. Oh, look, you have $10,000.
What the fuck did that happen?
Autumn gave you $10,000.
Oh,
Merry
shit,
Christmas.
thanks. Why? Why is my camera like this? First of all,
Honestly, just go buy a new car.
I don't know. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in my car.
Or you can go
There we
gamble.
go.
I think it's gambling money, actually.
Oh, gambling money? I can go broke. You know what? We're gonna have to call that car a loss. And you're right. Is
Yeah,
there a
we'll
place
go
I
buy a
can
new
buy a new
car.
car?
Well, if only you'd looked at the fucking map when you were home.
Wait, there's a map?
Yes, there's a map on the wall.
Huh. You know, I gotta say, this, like, input delay wise, this like
Oh,
almost
how's it
not.
going? I mean, better be. I fucking set the thing to the max it would allow, which was like 50.
Well, still, but I still expected there to be some
Oh, hey, the
level of
pub.
input delay using Parsec. I'm quite impressed with it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's not bad. Especially, it was just free program too.
Yeah. Open up. I gotta piss.
Jos ei na... Tervetuloa pupnaa.
Give me your finest vodka shot.
The fucking.
Give me like 6 of them.
No niin, odotapa hetki.
Can you move faster, bro? Please.
Olkeepa hyvät.
He didn't even pour that. That was just sat under there, luke fucking warm.
Just the way I want it.
No niin, odotapa hetki.
Your problem isn't going down, even though you're drinking.
Olkeepa hyvät.
Give it a few.
No niin, odotapa hetki. Ja siitä, mitäs?
Straight from a radiator. Winter, I don't think it's working. It's not going down. I think you're just thirsty and you're making it worse.
Ja siitä, mitäs? Laitetaanko vielä muuta?
Yeah, exactly. You
I
gotta
don't
drink
think this-
water.
He doesn't have water. He has
Okay,
coffee.
coffee has water in
beer.
it.
Coffee's
Then coffee will
made
be
with
good.
water.
Yeah, you gotta remember to drink your water between your alcoholic drinks. And you're not doing that.
Olkeepa hyvät.
So you drank one coffee and went back to the fucking
No
vodka?
niin, odotapa hetki.
Well, yeah.
There's probably like a shop nearby. I don't think the pub is the only place you can buy stuff.
All right, fine.
Like, yeah, what's that over there? Oh,
Ah!
You've been teleported to
Can I steal
Jones.
Hello.
Jones. Oh! A
Where's
motorcycle. My winter motorcycle now.
Where's the ignition? That's not the ignition. I can't find the ignition.
Oh, kick. Oh no, it's a kickstand. Oh,
How do I...
punching it.
Wait, did I? Oh, yeah, what the fuck?
Oh,
I
Kickstarter.
can't figure... Oh, wait, where did you see that one? No, that's just
That was like to the
kickstands.
right. No, go back on the bike.
Yeah.
Enter Kickstarter.
Oh, yep. I think Autumn just killed me.
Well, at least yeah, Winter, you didn't freeze to death. You just got fucking pressed into a panini. Holy shit!
Oh, that's incredible. I have no idea how to respawn of clicking buttons.
This is saving. Oh, there you
there it
go.
goes.
Wait, continue.
Oh my god.
You want to? Wait,
It's
where
probably
does it
just gonna
last?
auto save us, I'm guessing, to where we last were.
Oh my god.
Give it a sec, see where we are.
Oh,
What?
you're at church.
Oh, is this where I respawn? Okay,
Yeah, I
well,
guess.
I didn't realize, I forgot my alarm went off. I have to feed the dog, so you can
Oh,
you take
okay.
us somewhere.
Yeah, don't worry.
Use your
Yeah, I got
problem for a
this.
little bit. I'll be back
Yeah,
in a few
okay.
minutes.
What's that? Let's go to the church then. Oh, I'm peeing. I don't know any of the controls. I wasn't paying attention. Kempy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Or are these like oh, these are beta testers. Hello. I don't think we can go in the church. Is it a church? The door looks weird. Alright, let's go actually explore the area instead of just going to the pub. I mean, I could go and gamble everything. They killed all their testers? Yeah, they killed all their beta testers. Hello? Just like a... How do you... It's like a community center.
Sitten vaan soittaa siinä ja ei häitäkään kuulu mitään.
Hello? Oh, there we go.
Kyllä me hätäis kuulla vallan hyvin, kun sä pimpoita menemään, kun jos sä itse kuulisit, mitä sä soita, niin et sä soittais. Mä koitan sanoa, että äsken mitään pianoa, jos sä soittakaan, ja kun et kuulu mitään.
Oh, can I eat this? I don't think I can eat that.
Mä en oo kuullut ennen.
The fuck? Oh, hello. Wanna play some cards? Oh. Hit. Fuck. How am I losing? What is this? Oh. Oh! fuck? Can you please bust? Alright, we'll stand. Why your hands look like that? What do you have? 15? Okay. Okay, you bust, I win! What? What? Okay, 19. 17? No, that's not 17, is it? What the fuck is a jack again? Oh, I win! Let's go! Okay, don't tell Winter we found where you can play blackjack. He doesn't need to know that. Hello, Kempy. How's it going? Okay, what's in here? Gifu? Do you know my pal Yifu? Alright, okay. Oh. That person is dying. Okay, sick. Right, that was lovely. Glad that we got to see whatever that was. What's that in the distance? Is that our fucking car? Oh, hey, look, a shop. Is it a clothes shop? It's locked. I don't think we can go in. What's this? Is this like a garage? Get your car repaired here, maybe? Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I can't wait. Leaf, we love you! I know, right? I know. Leaf, who is always with us. I think I can try fixing his car. Where the fuck was it? We're gonna be a bit cold. Oh wait, no, there's a bus. Oh. Oh, thank you. Right. What was it? K?
No.
J?
Nee. No.
There we go. Why did he struggle so much with us? I don't know how he struggled so much with that. Okay, there we go. That works. Wait, no. What is it that you had to press? Is it Q? I don't know. Think of it as self-care tracker. I need to fill up my water bottle, actually. So... Oh. F? The enter driving mode? I don't know how you enter driving mode. Shift? Other shift? What was the controls? Return. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Oh, thank you, Stevie. Is my car gonna explode? The game's so confusing? Yeah, it's a wee bit. Hello Zardeth, how's it going? Another positive affirmation. Oh, you prepared the vehicle. Thank you. I need to Google another preservator. I can't. Not today. I am proud of who I am becoming. There you go. Alright, so I just can't turn the car on. You know what? How about we I'll say I fixed the car and Winter can solve that when he comes back. I'll say we fixed the car. I'm okay. Hopefully you're staying cool. Maybe we can take a bus. Welcome back, Jacqueline. It was dehydration! God fucking damn it. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah, fuck. I did not kill Winter. Winter killed Winter. I was just about to go back to the pub. Alright, I need to get out. I need to go drink as much as I can. Oh wait, no. Everything's fine now. Which is really warm. We were back here. Does that mean that the car is like still fucked? Oh. Oh, thank you. What the fuck? Is this a tractor? Can we... Oh. Boy, they... Oh wait, this is not ideal.
The fuck is this?
You know what? Perfect! You're back! Here, there you go. All yours, buddy. Got you a car and everything.
Okay. This isn't a car. Why does the sensitivity feel slower now? Wait, what? How's it even possible? It's the same. How is that possible? That's crazy.
Might be something to do
now
with
it's normal. Wait, now it's normal again. What? That's
oh
nuts.
Dear. Yeah, hopefully I can see her again soon.
Wait, what? You found? How did the problem go away? Did you find water?
Huh? Yeah.
I can't close the door. Why am I moving like molasses? Am I crouching or something?
Ooh.
Neutral low?
Anyone know how to drive a tractor? Daniel.
Oh, I probably have to take the handbrake off. If there's a hand... Oh, yeah, this thing. Here it is. Hey.
Yeah, the handbrake does
Nice.
help. Hey, look, there you go.
Alright, we're cooking. I could drive this thing faster than the car too, because it could drive on fucking snow.
You wanna turn
go.
the fucking lights on, or are you a big fan of not seeing anything?
I don't know which one of these is the lights, and honestly, didn't think about it. Oh, maybe it's one of these up here. Yeah, that'll do.
Her new safe spot is in the wardrobe. That sounds cozy. Winter, send me pictures of the tractor. I need to inspect it. Wait, what the fuck is this light thing? Why is what the fuck?
I couldn't find anything. I only found beacon or rear work lights. So...
I mean, you can turn on like the light inside the thing as well. It looks like, yeah, there you go, boom.
That ain't helping, but
Come on,
alright.
how's it going? Look, we were scared of stuff while taking a shit. Oh, that's.
What direction am I going?
I don't
I'm
know.
asking
I
you,
don't know.
though.
Once again, you never looked at the fucking map, so who fucking knows? And this clearly has no GPS, you know?
Shit.
Oh, that's not good. Alright, I'm
'cause I
gonna
accidentally
just
clicked.
quickly go fill up my water. I'm sure everything is gonna be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. See? Oh, wait, lights! Listen, I'm just not good at driving, and I click buttons, alright? It's fine. Actually, I'm fine at driving in real life, but in video games, different story. It just doesn't make any sense. This is probably about as fast as we've been going all morning, so, you know, I'll take it. I really don't think we're going anywhere, though. I feel like I've gone away from the town, which is kind of a detriment to me. But maybe I'll find something cool. I kind of wish we were going, like, a little faster. Do you think I can lift up the fork? Oh, I figured how to go faster. We're cruising now. Oh, I should pay attention to the road. But I wanna see what this lever does. I can't like grab it. Stick at the front. Oh, the hand throttle. Ah! It's fine. Everything's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. See, everything's fine. We're back going again. We're all good. There's no problems. So one of these, either the hand throttle or the PTO. That is what you're telling me. One of those levers is gonna control it. I didn't do fucking anything. That's exactly like. What does that even mean? Why does this truck get PTO? Why does it have rights like that? This is made in California. Power takeoff? The fuck does that mean?
See, everything looks like it's going well.
Yeah, I figured out how to make this thing go a little faster.
Thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy 16 months. How's it going? Oh dear.
Oh, sign.
Oh, you are actually
way.
still going. That's kind of crazy.
We had a minor hiccup where I almost crashed, but I recovered.
And a tractor? How do you manage that?
It's very
Yeah, the
front
heat is
heavy. I
pretty
went
rough.
forward too fast.
Oh, don't do that.
And well, we've learned our lesson. I don't know how to move the forks yet. Still haven't figured that out. Daniel told me it was one of these, but he was like, "Why are those levers there?" But I told him what those levers were. So, yeah,
What's the
what fuck
objective?
out the road?
We don't know. Oh, there's a.
Out of here!
Oh, Winter's just run someone off the road. I don't know what the
Get out of my
objective
way.
is, honestly. Neither
Yeah, I
does
don't know what the
Winter. He
objective
asked
is.
me that after he was the one that suggested the game.
Well, she told me not to pick a story game with a lot of stuff going on, so I was like, I know, torturing me with driving is an easy choice to make in terms of the game to do, and I knew this game is. I kind of
You probably want to get a better car. You probably want to get like more money and get a better car, but
yeah.
look at all you
Only
guys
the long
having
drive
fucking
had
air
car
conditioning and
control.
shit. Yeah, we do have 11,000. We could get probably a decent car, something better than the Sorbet. Maybe they have rigged
Yeah,
it up to
agreed.
the rear spools. Try the levers on your right. Oh, that's a tree. Wait, there's a house there. Yeah, what the fuck?
We're gonna make a pit stop. We're gonna make a pity real quick. Hold up. Well, maybe they have a car I can steal. I mean, appropriate.
What the fuck? What do you mean steal?
Besides, I have to pee, so I can use their toilet.
It's like the tiniest amount of fucking pee ever. Is it like a long drive? I don't think so. I think there's less randomness in this one.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know what's going on in this game, to be honest.
No, who fucking... What do you do in my winter car? Yeah, you need to get jobs and manage your needs and stuff. It's a fucking sim. So you can get a better
right,
car.
so I have to go find a job, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Where
J
can I
would
find
be,
a
yeah.
job?
Oh, fuck. There's like flyers and stuff. When I was playing, I did see there was like an actual store. You probably just need to go to bed
Yeah,
and
and
wait
I
for it
heard
to
to
be
like go
daytime.
blackjack too, something.
What? No, I don't know anything about that.
Nothing about blackjack.
What have you done?
Right?
What the fuck have you done?
I've
Oh my
cooked
fucking
it.
god. What have you done?
No. Oh no.
I can't believe you've done this. Hello, Linda. I think
Oh
you set in the stream stream.
wait.
Oh, there you go. Saved.
Diff lock? I don't know what that means, and it's too late. We're saved.
Okay, so now we're just gonna go all the way back, eh?
I guess. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I don't know where I was going in the first place. I was just kind of driving.
Let's hope you have enough
But that's
fuel.
okay. Yeah.
I got about
tank.
half. Yeah.
What does the hand throttle do?
I have a feeling it's... Oh, it doesn't do anything. Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
nothing. What's happening?
Okay.
Diff lock. Oh.
You,
Gotta pay attention.
you know you don't have to go forward while you're doing this.
What do you mean? What else? Wait, what do you... Hey, is this car still over here? Hold on.
Are you gonna fucking jack his car?
No, I probably fucked that thing up.
The
Are you
hand
kidding?
throttle is so you can
Oh,
keep
dude.
the revs up without having to put your foot on the accelerator.
Oh, so like cruise control. Sir, I don't want you.
Oh my god, the
Hello?
leopard
Get outta
print
here.
fucking seats.
Sir, carry on with your day. I'm trying to carry on with mine.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right, punk.
Jesus Christ. What the fucking menace.
I'm sick of these lights. There you go. You know what I could use?
You can't use a cigarette because you can't fucking drive with it! Oh my god! It's Cohen time. Why are you like this?
What do you mean by am I like this? I need a cigarette. My problem meter is getting
Oh, hey,
too
the
high.
speed
Or,
limit
sorry,
is
the other one.
40.
Perfect.
I'm sure you'll definitely reach that in this vehicle.
Oh. Yeah, we're like half fat. It's a little warm in this machine. Oh look, we have a radio now.
Are we gonna get some music?
As soon as I figure out how to turn it on and off.
Probably scroll function again, right? Oh,
Yeah,
it's on.
It is. I just don't know which one's which. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's the volume. And now we just gotta tune to a radio station.
Oh.
Where was that?
Okay.
There we go. That was great. Anyway.
The aliens are fucking coming.
It's fucking awful.
The aliens are coming now. You
Rock
summoned the
generate
fucking
me a song.
aliens. This really is just like the long drive, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, my urine meter is so full. When
yeah,
did that
someone
happen?
made you wanna fucking pee, I guess.
I did not even notice.
That output went platinum. Just pee while you're driving. I don't know why you're gonna careful, your steering is reversed.
Oh no! Freaking controls! I don't know how to go forward. Oh, it's S. Oh, fuck me.
Oh yeah, you're
What?
gonna pee blood again. You're also really warm. You know, this might be a good time to take a step out of the vehicle, get yourself cool, and pee.
Yeah.
Or just give yourself
great
a
idea.
UTI, why not?
Oh, don't worry, trust me. I got this.
Wait.
Why can't I stop driving while driving?
What kind of question is that? Why can't I stop? The screenshot, oh my god. Oh, it was going too well. Holy shit. Well,
Well, hey, you know what? Now we're gonna be back in town. That's incredible.
okay. Oh, you still need to pee though.
Interesting. Oh, and we're back at the church. Alright.
Oh yeah, go towards the
Excellent.
light. I think that's a bus. You might be able to take a bus.
Us?
Yeah, where the light
Okay.
is. There's someone's car there, but you probably won't have the key.
Hey, wait,
I know
wait,
the
wait,
bus
wait,
is
wait, wait, let
going.
me on, let me on, let me on. Let me on. Let me on.
What did you expect is gonna happen? Oh my
What did I
fucking
do?
god.
I thought I'd take like a little bit of damage, you know what I mean? Like it would be like a little love
Oh
tap.
my god.
I didn't think it would instantly kill me. I just thought it would be like a 50% of my HP loss kind of thing, you know?
Yeah,
going
yeah,
that
just
fast.
very cat. Okay.
Didn't think I was gonna get isekai'd.
I don't think the bus is there anymore.
Damn.
Probably because the
Fine,
driver
I'll
got
try to-
arrested. Try and borrow the
No, it's not
car.
even- Yes.
I thought it was gonna be a laptop. I'll go figure. You can't
Yeah,
get on
I
the
guess
car because you don't have the
this
keys. Oh
isn't
my
Grand Theft
god! Look at the
Auto.
bus stop.
Yeah, it's been fucked up. I noticed that when we were here earlier. Oh, these are posters, you said.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I can't.
I think that's Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I think that's Jesse or whatever.
Jesse. Oh, your problem. I mean, oh, is pub shut? Is it that? Like, you
Pub's
just need
closed.
to fucking sleep.
I need to learn my way around this town.
Oh, you've been
Who?
teleported
Where?
to Chorus.
What?
This must be a guy you know.
I can't get in.
Oh wait, the bus.
What up? Oh, over there? Is that what that was? Sure
I
it's
think
a bus?
so.
You sure it's not the truck I abandoned on the road earlier?
Wait, that was wait.
Holy-
How far away was
Yeah,
that?
How far away was that light? It's not even rendering now.
Oh,
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 I saw it
oh
again.
my god. Oh wait, what?
There's a
Wait,
lot
what
of
the? Is that
lights.
a UFO? Wait, you must go.
It's...
That's got to be a UFO, or a
Girl,
fucking
I'll
airport.
go,
But
I'm dying of fucking cold before we make it there.
no, you're dying of problem actually.
No, there are no problems in wherever we are bossing, say.
An UFO.
You smoke a
Maybe
CD
you'll
to warm
find a
myself
maybe
up.
you'll find a car. You sure not stressed? Oh. Oh, there you go. Your temperature's getting
you.
raised. Keeping you nice and warm. Giving you some hugs. Fucking pissing. Oh my god.
It's because I muted the cough, and my mute button is P, so
I
anytime
see.
I
I
mute
see.
myself, I will piss.
Oh, your dirtiness level got lowered. I didn't even know that was a level.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
someone raised it earlier, but I didn't see, like, no bar changed or anything that I could
Uh-oh.
see.
Problem.
Maybe people won't let me in places, like if I'm too dirty.
Maybe. Is it getting further away?
No, it's getting closer. I just have to look to the left to even, like, make it render or whatever for some reason.
You're getting there.
I'm almost
It's
there.
just hope you don't. Oh, there you go. Your thirst level got lowered. However, your problem level did not go down. They're giving you like
Telling you,
these
it's 'cause I
fucking
need
train.
drinks.
It's like a tram line. It's now 3 lights. I think it is moving.
Whatever it is, there's now no lights.
Uh-oh. Where the fuck have I made you run to?
Thank God there's no sprint meter.
And you still got so many cigarettes left.
Smoke them while you got them.
It's gonna be out of bounds, maybe. I don't know actually how big this game is.
Neither. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? What's the moon? A lot
It's
of
just
trees
a
up ahead.
forest. It's fucking Bigfoot. Is that who we're gonna go see?
Oh no, I remember that game.
Game is a very loose term for it.
It does just look like a forest.
Me when it was bait this whole time.
I'm about to go play the forest. Hold up.
Do you think there are any cryptids around? I guess we're about to find out.
I mean, we're in the what Polish wilderness. There's probably some freaky thing out here, yeah. Mothman or something. Loch Ness monster.
Oh yeah, this looks like a you
This
can't
is
go
looking
through
like
it.
an out of bounds, can't go
Buzz, what the fuck are those
through situation.
lights? Yeah, if you keep running through it, you might. God
It
damn.
appears we may have come out here for nothing.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sure you'll die of thirst soon.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, you managed to get the car started and running, so... Mats, thank you so much for the
True.
follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. In Finland?
and
Yeah,
real.
Finnish people.
Oh, yeah, that's where we are, not Poland.
Finland. Oh, I thought you were making a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, right.
Train!
Maybe that's what we saw.
Yeah, probably. I'll just wait for it to come back around. I'm
Three
sure
lights
it'll
on
be...
the front. Yeah,
Sure.
you're right. It will.
Maybe if you follow the train tracks.
That's exactly what I was just gonna do.
Follow the train, CJ. I think you need to go the
Oh,
other
we'll
way
catch up
though,
eventually.
because that way you'll catch up. Because it's going the other, yeah. Just be careful not to get love tapped, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It won't be pretty.
Honestly, I'm surprised your body temperature isn't going down, but maybe because the
I
running.
know.
But then the fatigue isn't going up that much either.
It's
The
going
problem
up, though.
is the problem.
But no one's ever died from a problem, you know what I mean?
Oh, it's a road.
Yeah, but roads are dangerous.
Yeah, you might get love tapped on the road. Surely
Might
you
get
will get love
lost.
tapped on
Oh,
a
yeah, that too.
fucking... What? Lost? Are you kidding me?
Sä oot kyllä yks kyrvän syylä.
I can just do
Joo, ei jaksa
this.
katsoa.
I can just do
Haista
this.
vitun mulla.
I did think it might be funny if do some like games in the future where I have someone on, we use Parsec and like one person controls the mouse, the other person controls the keyboard.
Yeah, that would be fun.
There's a term for it, I forget what it's called though.
Yeah.
But that could be
It's a good content idea.
especially for a game like Overwatch or something.
Oh my god. Oh.
Or a Hunt Showdown. Stroke is the name. No, there's a term for it where one person is keyboard and mouse, the other one person's keyboard, the other person is mouse. With the delay as well. It just makes things more interesting. Oh, hey, I think the sun is coming up.
Holy shit.
It's been a whole ass day.
Survived one in-game day. What? Oh, you pressed Q. I was like, what is happening? I think I see a train tunnel up ahead.
Okay.
In a fucking house out there. What the hell?
Oh, you can see more than me. Tandem play? I don't know. That doesn't sound right, but maybe.
Yeah, my monitor brightness up, I think probably is what it is.
Alright. Cheater.
Yeah.
Cause it'd be looking dark as shit on here.
Yeah, I just looked over a stream and I was like, oh.
Yeah. Walking to the border.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're not gonna be able to get through that train tunnel. But we'll see.
Yeah, it's just a white dot. You can see the crosshair and that's it.
Yeah.
He's got the better gamer chair. I suppose you're right. Who's gonna make it first, you or the train? Oh!
Oh! What is happening?
You died of problem.
I died from dehydration! No!
Hello,
We
Maddie.
didn't make it.
Alright, we can call it there if you want and get set up for Goat's game if you like. I think you've achieved plenty.
Sounds good to me. Thank you for entertaining me.
Oh, thank you, Winter, for agreeing to do this. I hope that was fun for you guys, as it was probably not very fun for Winter for at least the first 30 minutes of gameplay.
Just the first 30 minutes was a little torture, but it was fine.
It's a shame we didn't get to see the posters, but maybe another time.
I know. Yeah, next time.
Next time, alright. You take care, Winter, okay?
I'll see you.
Bye-bye. Okay. Thank you, Winter. Alright, let's see. We're gonna just do this for now while we set the rest. I can play some music for you guys. Let's see. There you go. Okay, let me close this game. Good sport with news. Yeah, that was some patience. Holy shit. It's a hell of a feeling now. Alright. It's a hell of a feeling now. It's a hell of a feeling now. These people. I just woke up in my underwear. Okay, let's see. So now we're gonna set up Enter the Gungeon. I don't even know actually if Goat is ready or not. I need to end the session. You're good? Okay. I've been cooking gasoline. Yeah, you got to go see them live, didn't you, Megan? Oh, Jesus. Calivi's got just like that, you got final snapped, yeah. Oh. And me, I'm hungry. Okay. Go. Did you have a look at the Enter the Gungeon effects? How are the prices looking? Are they expensive? Are they cheap? I don't know. So, you cried so hard. Aw, bless. Hi, Ghost. Guys, Livina are playing in the UK in like November, but it's in fucking London, and I don't know if it's worth it. I fucking hate London. Soup time? What do you mean soup time? It's good enough. I don't know how bullshit something. I mean, we can always change it if something is becoming too bad. When I step into a bay and I shed my skin, we'll make these hands work. Alright, do you want to request to join? Alright, that's how I'm feeling.
Good evening.
Hello. You're so quiet.
Beep, 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 beep.
Me. Shut up.
Me.
Hand soup? Also, London, if it's not Ghost, then it's not worth it. I don't even know if I would go to London to see Ghost. That's how much I hate London. Punishment wheel. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, you got a pistachio refund. Dude, I haven't touched that in like a fucking hot minute, so enjoy those, I guess.
Horrifying.
London, it's expensive and I just hate London. London freaks me out. It's all good, Winter, don't worry. You can just refund everything, it's all good. I don't mind. Can you request to join?
Okay.
Alright. Get off my fucking mouse. I haven't set the game up yet.
You let me in.
Fucking listen here, you little shit. He was going for Kago, I figured, yeah. Oh, why is it loud?
I don't know. It's your fucking...
Thanks for self-care check.
Your fucking thing.
It's so loud. Alright, so much music is playing right now.
Have you considered turning
Be
it down?
quiet.
Play the game yet?
No! Fucking calm yourself, bro. Positive affirmation. I am doing a good job today. Can you I swear to fucking God. I'm looking over at my fucking OBS like, and it's getting louder. And I'm like, why is it getting louder? Right.
Elite troll potential.
Alright, this is all yours now. There you go.
Yippee! What do you see, like, your
My cursor?
cursor?
Cause it's my, it's my monitor.
I hate, oh my god, it's disjointed from the fucking thing.
Oh, grow up. Is the sound okay? Is it too loud?
I think I'm gonna have to do a fucking tutorial. Actually, now that I think about it, because this is a fresh.
It's all good, okay.
You'd like to pick a character for me?
What's the options?
Marine. How to pilot this asshole. Convict. And the hunter. She gets a
Hunter
dog.
get like a little fucking dog?
Yeah, get a little dog.
You should play Doom Guy.
I can't play Doom
Why?
Guy.
He's on
He's
the-
not in the video game.
He's literally right here.
That's just a marine.
It's the Doom Guy. Hello, Jaffe. How's it going?
Rena's my
Get the
favorite.
doggo. Oh, it's too late.
Okay, this doesn't feel too
A
bad.
lot of people really like this game.
This is like top 10, like easily top 10 roguelikes of all time. Like easily.
It's the guy from Quake. Well, Master Chief. Tutorials are for chumps.
Haha.
Sean Halo.
Okay, I can go in. But since this is a fresh save, I could get some extra stuff from here, but
What's this game called? It's Enter the Gungeon.
fuck it, we ball. Tutorials are for chumps.
You might have to
Last
turn
time.
it down a little bit more.
Turn down what?
Huh? I can't hear you.
What am I turning down?
Fucking everything. It's so
Hey.
loud.
Alright, then do it. It's fine for me.
There.
Thank you. The last time I actually played this was like exactly 4 years ago. Kinda crazy.
If it's still too loud, you can let me know.
Oh
Holy
no,
shit.
no, what is this? This is fucked up. Ah!
Oh, your controls are inverted.
Yeah.
It's fine for you because you're Serbian, so gunshots are normal volume to your ears. It's fine for me too, since I'm American. Wait, you said this is what, top 10 roguelike?
Top, like, yeah, top 10 roguelikes of all time.
Not top 5?
I mean, that's a... Well,
You're gonna force
touching
rolls.
something? Oh, okay, that's... Oh,
Okay, what's your top 10 roguelikes then, other than Enter the Gungeon? Doesn't have to be in any order.
Binding of Isaac, Hades, and do we... Hades and Hades 2, are they separate or one thing? I feel like they have to be separate because they play very different.
Probably, yeah.
What is this pea shooter?
Yeah, the character does look like Master Chief from Halo. Tiny bullets!
The fellas are tiny as well.
Alright, so that was like, what, 5? Enter the Gungeon, both Hades, Binding of Isaac, what else? That's 4.
I think.
Isn't Darkest Dungeon a roguelike?
Technically, yeah. A chest! This fucking book, I can't hit it. It's so small.
Yeah, but you got small
What is
bullets.
happening with my bullets?
Veering bullets. Okay, we need 5 more.
Look, I'll think about it later.
That's good, I got to hear that. Oh, Darkest Dungeon, not really. Slay the Spire gotta be 1? I don't know, did you play Slay the Spire Goat?
I have.
Crab Champs? Oh, true! Crab Champs is so good. Risk of Rain as well.
I haven't played enough Risk of Rain. This sucks, by the way. This sucks. My bullets are... I haven't had, like, normal bullets. This sucks.
You put Risk of Rain 1 over Risk of Rain 2. I haven't played Risk of Rain 1, so I wouldn't be able to say. But we are getting new DLC soon, right? Honestly, I'm surprised. I thought they would be making Risk of Rain 6. I don't know why that's a meme, by the way, but I just know it's a meme.
Please die.
They're perpetually stacking these slow bullets. Holy shit. Yeah, Crab Champs is good. I haven't played that in a hot minute. Don't know what they would do in a sequel that they can't already do in the current game. Yeah, I suppose, but like, you know, usually when they run out of ideas like that, they will just make all of their new ideas into a game that's basically the same. Like Saints Row and Overwatch and shit like that, you know what I mean? Add vehicles in Risk of Rain 2? That would be hilarious. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a mod for it. Oh, fucking Braum is here.
He is.
Need to play Mecha Chameleon? Yeah, we played some of that, I haven't played it on stream, but we played it at the last hangout. It is pretty good. I see that there's a lot of like VTubers at the moment doing like big collabs and stuff.
Why
of
is
it. I'm not too fond of playing with a lot of people. It freaks me out, but I'm aware that, like, you know, the more people you play with, the better, probably. I have a fair few friends that own it, so maybe I could arrange something if it's something you guys want to watch. Risk of Rain is really good, but it has a lot of things that just piss me off. Like, lots of little things that would be so simple. It's very, like... Is that a chain gun? What is this?
It's
a nest? It's a bird? What? Oh my god.
The Gatling Gull.
Oh my fucking god.
The boss is
Minecraft and Phasmo? I used to love Phasmo. It's kind of bullet helly, isn't it?
Yes, very much is bullet hell.
Low accuracy. Giant enemies. Is it going to change the size of the gull? I don't think it's going to affect the boss.
It doesn't look much bigger to me.
Do you get IV frames if you roll?
Ah!
Oh, they took your mask. Oh, your controls are inverted.
Yes, you get a bonus if you flawless the boss. Which I will not.
Oh, you didn't flawless the boss. Oh, your rolls have been disabled. It says it affects bosses? I didn't see it get bigger. Yeah, no.
Back then.
I mean, Xbox is good enough if it serves its purpose, you know? A lot of things have crossplay as well.
Oh! Hell yeah!
You got a little friend.
Yeah, when you break chests, you get like junk, which is mostly useless, but sometimes you can get a little guy. And the more junk you get, the more powerful he gets. Oh, yes. I'll be looking to get lots of.
That's me? For real? For real? Oh. Daniel took your money.
That's fine, I just spent like all of it. I've been looking for secrets.
Egypt says hi. Yeah, one day. It's just a shame parts for computers at the moment are pretty expensive because of AI. Haha. Who needs memory anyway, right? Hey, you got your helmet back.
Yes. It's when I have armor I have now.
It's because this game's got that kindergarten style. Oh well, the kindergarten game probably has this style, but you know what I mean. Oh my god, is that Marge Simpson?
What?
That was Marge Simpson. I think you just killed Marge Simpson.
Oh, it's a blue shell. It's a blue shell. Oh my god.
The destiny of Marge. Look at your fucking chaos bullets. Hey, that's armor. You got your hat back. Invisible enemies. No, invincible enemies.
Oh, that's great. How fucking long does that last?
I don't know, but it was 150 coins.
What is these bullets? What is happening? What is happening?
Shifting bullets.
That's not normal. That's not normal.
No.
That's not normal. Whoa. Oh. Camera.
Where you got a camera? What is the camera? Oh.
It's a
Oh, it's your gun now.
Oh, that's okay. That's not bad. Yes. Go back here. Oh shit. Oh my god. This is. I can't run under. All this to God. Oh. Can't fucking tell where I'm moving.
Come on, this is the second level, Goat.
I can't move. Oh. My fucking weapons are changing, man. Okay.
Oh, it's so funny.
Bro. Can't see my shots. Is it working? Yeah, okay. I'm so lost. I got some shot back though. That's good. Good news, thank you. Oh. I'll drop that. Why am I blue?
You're blue? I don't know why. Oh, because you're invincible.
Oh, sick. Let's fix that. Ah, fine. Oh my god. Why am I... This is fucking crazy. Oh. Stay. Oh right, I have armor these things. Oh, they're so fast. What the fuck? Oh.
Pew pew. I wonder if you can stack the bullet types and send like slow and weird bullets.
It's a fucking war zone.
At Q, some of them I see.
Where is
Just
he
shoot them.
going?
Just fucking shoot them.
He's fucking flying to the side.
Well, the guns.
Now what?
After you've done your next boss, I'll have to switch over to something, so you'll have to pause. If you get to the boss.
I will just have one more room here to collect the boss.
Shooting nuts at them?
It's called mahogany. Shooting like wood and leaves.
You're shooting hog. Oh my god.
He's got a helmet now.
Oh, he looks smaller.
Yeah, I don't know why he's smaller. Here's this lady. My friend. He's the shopkeeper.
Thank you, Winter.
A while before someone came down here, but seriously, it's been forever. Well, you should get back to the shop. It's been closed for way too long. You should come by. We're on top. Level breach. You can't miss it. Yippee. Bye. What? Excuse me. What? Why is this room dark now? Alright, this place.
What the fuck are these? 7 souls? You need to escape from the
There's
underground?
something-
Like.
There's something secret.
Do do
now.
do 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 do. Oh, the scrambler! Get that one.
I can't. I'm broke.
Broke.
It shoots eggs.
X. Yeah.
Fucking teleporting. Okay, I need to go fight the boss. Money. Wait, I have enough. I think it's 55. 54.
No,
I'm
you're still
money
so
up.
broke. Go find some money.
I think I can.
Oh, you got money.
never
You
mind.
got money.
This
Oh,
crap.
never mind.
No, I lost the money.
Winter took the money.
Stop taking my money. Yes. My
Oh,
God.
there we go.
The bullet.
Dissectum, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Alright. Oops.
Yeah,
Why, am I-
oh.
why is everything swapping? Why is everything? Why? I lost the scramble.
Winter!
Oh, big iron. This is a good upgrade.
Fuck you, Winter.
Oh.
Oh my god, that's Cocomelon. What's the name of that fucking creature from Doom? I just called it Cocomelon.
You called it coke. You called it Kakadu. Coke.
Oh, you got infinite ammo.
I got
Oh, you
pea
got tiny
bullets.
bullets.
Oh.
That's better. Cocomelon.
I'm fucking.
Yeah, the Cacodemon. The Cocomelon. Oh my god, people have redeemed so much shit, your face is being covered by the redeems.
Trying my best orienteer around the. Ow! It's just why am I auto rolling 7 kilometers and my bullets are just
Oh my god.
This is illegal. Okay, finally. Can I...
Nice. Oh, your guns got rerolled again.
Oh, balloon gun. Alright, so what do you need?
Okay. Will it have saved? Can I just pause? Alright. It's because I need to tab over back to my... And I don't think... You don't have control now, do you? You can't.
I'm just not touching anything.
Okay. It did crash last time, so... I'm on Nomicon.
So, yeah, it's your manual.
You see.
The flavor text in this game is awesome.
Does the crowd control website not work for anyone else? Wait, is it broken? Wait, I can check that literally right now. Open link. Looks like it's working for me. Sorry.
Hey, good feeling. Do what you need to do.
PayPal is giving you some issues. Oh, I'm sorry. I also don't have all of the... I won't be able to see the donation, so I do apologize. I didn't set anything like that up. So if you have donated, thank you. It is all going to
Charity.
yeah, it is all going to charity, so it's still going towards the WWF thing. In fact, I can have a look now if you guys don't mind waiting for just a little bit.
I guess I can resume my train of thoughts with the
Oh, the top 10?
roguelikes.
What? Tell the fly.
There's some things that I have played, but I haven't played enough. Like Dead Cells. Dead Cells is kind of sick, and but I haven't played that much, and I know it has a bunch of DLCs. I have not played Balatro, which I know like everyone exploded over.
Dead Cells is sauced.
It is pretty sauced. I don't know about top 10, but I played Ball Pit recently. That was pretty good. Fun.
Alright, let's see.
Hmm. Oh, Crypt of the Necrodancer is actually kind of fucking high tier. The hardest game I've ever played purely because it just requires such precision and rhythm.
Where did I see? Okay, so we had donations. So Stevie, thank you for the donation. Art, thank you for the donation. Lychee, thank you for the donation. Autumn, thank you for the donation. Winter, thank you for the donation. And Ripway, thank you for the donation as well. Holy shit, these are some pretty fucking huge donations. You guys are crazy. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I didn't have the shit set up. I mean, I can if you guys would like, but it's up to you. Honestly. Yeah, no worries, Megan. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. We reached over 1,000 raised for fucking WWF now. You guys are crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Come
that's
everyone.
awesome. Why did you say that? Alright,
Look, I will gladly suffer for
charity, for the
charity,
animals. I was gonna say for the kids. Alright, I'm gonna quickly turn down probably the SFX a little bit more. Because when the guns kind of overlap, it gets a little loud. Okay, alright, you're all good.
Yippee. Let's go. Alright, what do we got? We got balloon gun. Oh, fight saber. Ah. Oh! Oh. Got distracted. What have we
Pew
in here?
pew.
Explosive oh. Chest. Gotta get some junk for my junk friend. Yes. It's a shield. Oops. Or junk. Excuse you.
Oh my god, look at him.
Yeah, he's got a sword. He's a whole last night now.
Points, how's it going? Welcome back. You love that game so much. Hello SM, how you doing? And yeah, Ray did Raiden here. Ugh. So what's the Enter the Gungeon law then?
There's this place that is just constantly shifting and is full of all kinds of guns and shit. And you've got the characters that are like unrelated, just various people who've done some shit in their life that they regret.
You go to treat
And they
Ghost? Come here. Want a treat? I'm okay. How much is the longer is it going on for? It shouldn't exceed past normal stream time since we're doing a longer stream today. So I would say anywhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours. Wait, half an hour is 8 or 9. Yeah, something like that. Come here. You got a treat. Got a treat from Ninja.
They're searching for the coveted treasure of the Gungeon, which is
What's
the
the
gun
treasure?
that killed the past.
What? Why would you want to do that? I mean, I know why I would want to do that, I suppose.
Because everyone's done some fucked up shit they want to fix.
You get a wish? Oh. Does it ever end? Or is it like an ongoing one, like forever? Hey,
What do you
come
mean?
here. Oh. Like, is it like a Hades roguelike, or is it like just an endless one? Like, go until you can't anymore, like Crab Champions, you know?
No, there's. Oh my god!
What?
They're huge!
Oh my god, he's huge! He's so big!
Oh, the payday mask. It costs 9,999.
Does it do anything for you, or is it just cosmetic?
Well, the thing is, the gimmick is that I think later it'll be available in chests and stuff, but right now, for the first time, you have to steal it. And when you steal it, you get like a... I'm on fire. You get like a gang of... Oh, stop setting me on fire! You get the gang of followers that, you know, kind of like a payday gang following you, and also the shopkeeper who fucking leaves forever.
Oh. You get to the end of the dungeon, you get a wish. Yeah, I think there's 5 floors, with each floor having like 3 levels and a boss, I see. Hi, did you enjoy your treat? Oh yeah, you did. You're purring and you're giving me kisses. Oh, he enjoyed his treat so much.
Let's see if I can remember how to do this.
Oh, people are giving you money.
I'm not gonna be able
When you're
to
on fire,
buy
you have to roll in the game, I'm assuming so.
Yes.
He's a good boy.
Ow! Balls. Just, no. Need to stop rolling. I'm trying.
He's so happy. Disable rolls! Uh-oh.
What? I need my rolls to do this.
Well, I think someone's gonna set you on fire in a second, so...
There's no reason for me to do this, because I don't think we're going to be playing that long, but... every character has a unique pass to kill. It's like an actual boss fight. But to do that, the gun's just kind of useless right now. It only takes you... Essentially, it only takes you back to... I'm not doing this, fuck this.
Yeah, I think it waits. You can't do the combo you were hoping for. They were trying to stop you from rolling and set you on fire, so you would...
I see. Well, that's... Muncher.
Muncher? You have a balloon? No, what is that? Fucking...
It's a balloon.
It is a balloon gun!
If I get hurt, it pops and it's gone.
Is it like OP though?
It's kind of strong.
What is a muncher? Like a pack and punch?
I feed him 2 guns and he gives me a gun.
That doesn't seem like a good deal.
I give him guns that I don't really want to use. Maybe he's gonna give me something I want. Light gun. That's alright.
What's your favorite gun?
Oh, there's a lot of references to a lot of games, and there is a serious Sam Cannon.
Of course, of fucking course. What is your trash doing? Your trash guy is fucking freaking the fuck out.
I don't know. I don't think he's meant to be this big, and now he's like.
No, I think he got turned big because someone sent big enemies, and for some reason it made the trash guy big as well.
He's getting stuck around every corner.
Stormlight Archives reference. Winter, that's not even something that exists. You just keep making shit up. Was that duck?
Yeah.
Is that a Duck Hunt game reference?
Yeah. It's a light gun. It's like what you use to play Duck Hunt.
Oh, are we
Why
seeing
did
like
I
Time
use
Crisis shit too, or?
God, what is happening?
You've got low accuracy.
Ow.
And you're also on fire.
Ow, fuck. Fire. More junk.
No, we can't get any bigger.
It's got a little
Hi, honey. Hello.
thing on his helmet.
Oh my god. Hello, Robbie. How's it going? Voodoo hell. I thought this was a flea model.
Candy. 3 stats. Oh.
In a way, it's like Hunger Games, isn't it? Crowd control. Because it's like you're sending, like the patrons are sending you gifts and stuff.
Stop doing this shit with the rolls of fire.
Winter's a little fucking trigger happy on the arson. Hi.
Be small, man.
Oh, he's a baby. He's just a baby.
Oh, I love this gun. Shell.
Shell. And it fires shotguns. What?
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah,
May the
bullet
odds
is
be
all-
never in your favor.
Fires.
Oh my god, look at the skull, it's so happy. The one on the map, not the one in front of you. What's this, boss? What if I added my own crowd control? What if I just went...
Oh, no, don't do that. Fuck.
What if I just did this?
Stop that.
I just said...
Right now. Oh my god, I need to not be inverted for this. Oh, this is disaster. I'm not back. What is happening?
Your controls are inverted.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm like auto-rolling as well. Fuck my life. Get me out of here. Can't. No. I can't. This is so...
Ooh.
Stop that. No.
How much? Wait, for what?
Oh, that's a good idea, bro. Yes. What? What? This feels. Where am I? Why is it taking me out of the boss room? You have to restart
Wait, you have
the
to do it
fight?
again? For 25 coins, that's diabolical. For hell interference, oh, I would just do it free of charge.
No!
You have to start it again! It's diabolical. Or your roles have been disabled.
I know this. What is are you pressing stuff? Are you pressing?
I would never.
Why is my character stopping? I don't remember that being a crowd control.
You should see all the shit that's being redeemed.
I can feel all the shit that's being redeemed. I can see it on the screen. Thankfully, I'm invincible, so I don't have to worry about it. No. Why is the laser turning? Stop.
Oh.
Stop that.
How do you...
Stop
There you go.
touching my gun. Stop touching my gun.
I think we're using this one.
No, not using the balloon.
I think we're using this one.
Not using the balloon gun. Stop. Stop it.
This is hell control now. I need to be right back.
Yes, we'll be right back. Now. This. Bada bing, bada boom.
I think junk is tiny because junk, whenever someone redeems like the big enemies or the small enemies, it changes junk as well.
Where's my my supply thing is gone. Oh no, it's over here.
But junk stays even though the enemies go back to normal. Hair and nail appointment? Nice, we love that self-care.
Chest. Junk. It is. I don't know if that added anything. Stop! I'm going to... In the way!
Hmm?
You did that!
I did what?
I know what you're doing.
How does it feel not being a crowd control victim for once? It's honestly nice. Honestly, I should just backseat my streams more often and just force other people to play games in my stead. I just do that. Just have them there and I'm just sat here just doing whatever. It's very therapeutic.
I think he's got a cape now.
I think we're gonna use this gun.
Okay, fine, I'll use the balloon gun.
Yeah! No! You lost it! I can't believe you've done this. The owner of the salon is trying to hook me up with his sister-in-law on a single day around my bed. What the fuck? Wait, how do you dash?
I'm not telling you.
Shift?
I'm telling you.
Is C? Space? What the fuck is the dash button? Guys,
I'll tell
can you let me know what the controls are?
Don't let her know what the controls are.
I just want to help.
You don't want to help.
I do want to help.
You just want to get in the way.
I want to help the chat hinder you. You can't backseat? I'm asking you direct. I will just Google it. Grok!
No, don't ask Grok.
Grok.
Oh no!
Guys, I found out how to roll.
Stop!
Oh my
I
god!
can't.
It's Red Marge Simpson. It's
It's a
evil Marge
shotgun
Simpson. It's evil Marge Simpson.
Oh, hi, fellas. Why am I?
Oh, the camera. You get the BFG.
Why are these guys like stabbed?
That's got to be a thing here, right?
What?
The BFG.
Yes.
It's always a fucking thing. It's even in Spyro. It's in Spyro 3. There's an Agent 9 level that is like
Fire.
Doom-esque. What other guns you got?
I got some new
Whoa!
guns.
What is this? Skull! What does that do? Oh!
Fire skulls.
What?
It's pretty good, but I don't want to use it because it's fire.
It's an item you're missing in Risk of Rain 2? They always manage to put the BFG into literally any fucking game that involves shooting. Surprised they didn't put it in Hunt. Although I would, you know, argue that they just did, but with the fucking artillery thing. Yeah, the Maxim gun. By the way, I don't think I told you guys, I actually have my new outfit now. It's got a few fixes that need doing, but it's pretty much done and ready to go for September. It's pretty cool. It's looking good. So yeah, September I'll just... Oh my god, it's March! We can do our Starlight stream, and I'll start off with who knows? Maybe I'll put the reveal behind the incentives. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. I'm gonna block out my model, and you guys don't get to see. You can only see the silhouette or something until you reach certain goals. That's actually such a good idea. And then if it flops and we don't reach any of the goals, I graduate. That's such a good idea.
Wow.
Why do we gotta wait till September? Because I don't have anything special planned for the reveal, but might as well do it around a special event, so we can just do it around Starlight. Paywall the model? Yeah, but it's for charity, so it's a good paywall, you know? Listen, if it's something for myself, I'll be like, you know what, I don't feel good about doing it like this, but if it's for charity, I don't mind being a sleazebag. Give me all your money for charity. The rigging process was much nicer this time. I'm very thankful. So I was super happy about that. Oh yeah, Adam has seen it.
It's not good.
No, offer a gun. Offer a gun. Offer the gun.
I
We're
want
gonna
to choose. No, I don't want to offer anything yet. Stop it.
What is this?
I don't.
What guns you got? I want to see them.
Oh my god, it's changed.
Huh?
It's changed. My guns have changed again.
Alien.
Trick gun, buzzkill.
Blooper. What kind of goofy
Shot. It's pretty good. It's gone.
Yeah, you dropped it. No, you dropped it on the floor. No, it's on the floor. Yeah. That's what I fucking thought. Would you guys be mad if I actually did that for the model? If I paywalled it like that? Because I don't want to be too much of an ass with it. I would need to have a fail-safe if we don't reach the goals. I don't want to be too much of an asshole. What is this fucking gun?
So I think it's an ice beam.
Thank you. Your affirmations are
Freeze.
important to me.
Oh my god, I got a
It's not the only
blunderbuss.
one he dropped?
Mr.
Wait, did
Freeze.
you drop like... Blunderbuss? 26?
Hear the rat? No, come back!
Reveal it
you
after the event
fucking
if we don't hit the
asshole.
goal. Yeah, it would just be a big delay. What?
You can't
Oh,
leave
is it
items.
affirmation?
Because a rat
Why?
comes and steals them.
Thanks for the moonscraper, jerk. Wow, that's not even crowd control. That's so funny.
Yeah, I forgot. I didn't realize I dropped that, so now I don't have it anymore.
Not that we won't hit the goals. I don't want to be assumptive, you know? I don't want to put pressure if we don't. If it's like actually going to be the be all end all, you know? I mean, you guys know me by now. I probably shouldn't have to even repeat this, mind you. Positive affirmation. I think the charity work we did is really good. You dropped some glowing red gun like 2 rooms ago? Oh. I wasn't paying that much attention. The sun told me in the middle of a heat hallucination the moon was 30 degrees. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are sweet. But, as I said, you know me by now. I don't want to be assumptive. You guys have always been very generous, especially when it comes to charity.
Yeah,
And I don't want to
only
be
got
a... You know, an ass. And, get forked.
Yeah, so I didn't realize I've only got 3 guns now because I've dropped all of them.
And what, the rat has picked them up or what?
Yeah, probably. Well, yeah. Can't get those back now. I would be paying attention. Friend!
You also refuse to take our money sometimes? Yeah, but that's for me, you know? Sometimes you guys spoil me a bit, and then I'm just kind of like, okay, that's enough, because otherwise demons in my head tell me that it's a bad thing, okay? It's just how it works.
Do you have a key? Yes. No! Key.
Wait, you have 2 trash. 2 junks.
Oh.
What is it?
It's a... No! No, no, no. No, no, no. No, wait. Wait, wait, wait. Go away. Go away. No!
Oh, that's fucked up, Winter. What's a reload stone? Was it important?
It's an active item that...
You got a Winfield!
It just sucks up other bullets. Like, it just makes you practically invincible on the map.
If only we were humans without room for will, that's safe to do whatever you want. I know, I get that argument too. It's funny that we're talking about this because there has been a bit of discourse on Twitter lately because someone posted something very baity and everyone fucking fell for it, as per usual. And obviously, in typical VTuber Twitter mannerism, everyone had to post about it as well because they felt like they were on some sort of high horse and had to be heard and needed their fair share of clout. But, oh my god, it's a summoner. A gunner. What the fuck? But, yeah, I don't view you guys as people that exist to do things like that.
People?
So, yeah, I don't view you guys as people actually, because you're crows. So, I also took all his blacks a while ago. He can't stop other bullets at the moment.
Well, I've just
Yeah, we'll do something like that, Caps. I'll figure it out. Like, I haven't been thinking about it. I've got so much shit that I'm doing at the moment. I haven't been thinking about the Starlight stream yet, but I'll probably start planning that within like the next month or 2.
Oh, fuck. This guy has to go.
Just kill him. He's like 2 HP.
My junk will kill him.
You're welcome. Why did you not pick that up?
What up?
Amulet, can you all pick that up? Item?
No, that's just his remains.
Oh, that's fucked up. Why is the button so angry?
He's just an angry button.
That's funny.
Yeah. Hello?
You guys crashed the game.
Where's the game?
Oh.
That's not good.
We win?
I... Oh.
Oh, great. Right. Fantastic. Good job, guys.
Well, I hope I can...
Why is it entering in wind? Okay, there we go.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Fine. Whew.
You want to play it again now? You guys are pretty easily influenced. You know that? Yeah, anyone ever tell you all that? Honestly, it's really kind of... Is humbling the term I'm looking for here? Where it's just like, whenever something is played on this stream and you guys say, oh, I want to play it, or this makes me want to play it, or whatever. Honestly, it makes me super happy. I'm not an influencer, nor have I ever claimed to be one by any means, but, you know, that I have some sort of influence is just, like, kind of cool.
Oh my god.
You might have to refresh crowd control? Okay. Yeah, I'll do that right now. Oh, I see. What do I need to refund here? I don't even see. Can I refund? Tiny bullets, varying bullets. I don't see these on here. Oh, here. Do I have to refund? I'll refund these. Alright. And then I'll do this. And then we'll start this again. Oh, there you go. You're good. You're not influencing to do hard drugs? I mean, I think I could.
There's too many.
The last Spiral game didn't give that feeling at all. Good. It wasn't meant to.
I wish I wasn't on fire all the time. I really wish I was.
But no, you guys are really cool. You made me feel incredibly... Why? What was with the deep breath? I'm confused. I was expecting to see you get stomped or something.
That's the fucking red guys are bad.
Oh.
Can I stop being... Is this bugged? Like, how long am I on fucking fire for?
No, it's not bugged. Winter redeemed it 4 times so far.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's like 25... Oh no, it's 50 coins. Welcome back, Megan.
We have like... Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, so I didn't... You can have 2 junks? Can you have like an unlimited amount of them?
No, it's because I found a mimic. And the mimic...
I think one of them just died. Oh, never mind.
No. I'll pick it up.
wait, you gotta. Oh no, it's a different thing. It's a star.
No, I got you got like fusion effects in the game, so like things will combo with each other. I'm gonna. We're not gonna get to the point where I get everything.
I think these guys have a favorite redeem.
It sucks. It's the worst one. I have to fucking keep moving forever. How fucking long! Oh my god. What? I feel like I've been enjoying aiming for too long. Oh yeah, where all this is. I dropped that. Oh. What? Why? Oh. I took fucking damage while I was teleported. That's not fair.
Your girl got food. She's got dinner and a show.
Why is that guy moving around so much?
You guys are good beans.
Aren't. I mean, I'm
Jam on toast or
help.
sandwiches and pasta salad? I'm sick of the same things. Ah, fucking sucks. How long you gotta eat like that for? I got chicken and chips. And it comes with like onions and lettuce and cucumber too. The chicken is grilled. 6 weeks? Oh, good luck.
Something is wrong here. I'm stuck. It says that there's enemies in the room. It says that there's enemies in the room. There is. I can't leave.
Maybe there is.
There is nothing here. Like,
Don't worry, I got you. I got you. Pause the game. Let me test an effect real quick. How do I do this
teleport
again?
me out.
Escape room. There you go.
Thanks.
I got you. Listen to the ending. I could probably watch it right now, actually. Glad to hear it's a good one.
dropping my weapon. I'm paying attention now. I can see that.
What is she screaming at? What a mood.
What's wrong with my bullets?
Winter says, wait until I hit you with my ultimate technique.
I don't even want to know what that's gonna be.
Just
Scary.
screams.
Oh, you stay away. Also stay away.
Those ghosts kind of look like fish sticks from Fortnite.
Fish sticks.
Yeah. You dropped the gun.
No! Oh my god!
Bye bye gun.
Wait, go back. Go back.
Oh no,
Fuck.
it's gone.
I have to do the entire room.
Winter, that's so fucked up. Yeah, he should really take better care of his stuff. There are rats around. Who's this cutie?
The blacksmith. She makes guns. I know it.
She sounds like a cat, yeah. Your Brandon's mom and dad neighbors must think like they're doing some really horrible things to a cat.
You need to bring a bunch of parts to her. She'll make you the bullet that lets you kill the past.
Why are we killing the past?
Because we're trying to fix our past mistakes.
Is yours agreeing to do this?
This is fun.
Honestly, you haven't died.
Because... Boy. Because as much as horrible things are happening, I'm also getting lots of health. Alright, well, I'm gonna wait a second. We're at the end. Got a big fight coming up.
Was this the final level?
Yes and no. It will be our final level here. Oh, chest. Junk. Oh, they got white armor now. Paladins.
Do we kill him? Yeah, best of luck.
Please no.
These guys are plotting something. I think there might be an insta-kill.
There is.
But that's
Right.
not fun. Get creative like Winter. When he's about to kill the boss, teleport him out of the room. Oh, it's a dragon!
A dragon.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I'm on fire. This sucks. This sucks. Why are the fucking knives doing that? I can't. Why is what's happening? Did I lose my gun? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Oh, your guns got re-rolled.
Oh, that's splendid.
Maybe you got something cool. Should we have a look? What'd you get?
No, now it's not. Now is not the time. Though, you know what? There's a very good thing there.
What's that?
That's a demon head. It's a beam, and I don't want to use that. I want to use the cannon.
Yo, what's a cannonball doing?
I don't know.
Oh my god!
Alright.
Does this boss have 2 health bars?
No, but it has the second phase. I'm going to negate a little bit with this item.
Jesus Christ.
Where's all my guns? I only have a teapot now. Go. Drunkenness. Attack. Fuck, I need another round. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Why am I fucking... No!
Oh, you died.
Is it fire?
Unlucky.
Wait! He took a bullet for me! It's a joke! He saved my life!
Holy shit!
I didn't know he could do that!
That's fucked up. That other junk's gonna have survivor's guilt now.
Oh my god. I can't believe it.
Are there 2 different songs playing right now?
It does sound like that. Oh
Very overstimulated. That's crazy that that happened. Okay, so now the game is not over, you said.
Well... usually, it would not be over. But since we don't have the bullet, and have not killed in the past, this is where it ends. The gun is very weak and it will only take us like, you know, before we started this run.
Ah.
Behold.
Hey, that's smart. Oh. 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 Fucking Looney Tunes gun.
Would you like to do the honors of using it?
Are you telling me to kill myself?
Yes. Hold it.
How did this not win Game of the Year? What was it up against?
I have no idea. But it's absolutely a fucking all-time classic, all-time banger.
When did it release?
And it has the rap.
2016.
Oh, 2016 was Overwatch.
Fucking Overwatch, yeah. Never mind.
And Doom was also.
I mean, if you want to do another run, you can. We have time. I can't hear you over the music.
All the fucking shit out there. Killed by nobody. Did great.
Look at all that junk. Yeah, if you want to do another run, we can do one more run.
Sure. Make the hut there.
Doggy!
Get pet the dog.
So if you have any crowd controllers coins that you would like to use, this run will be the one to use them on, because I probably won't be doing anything after this. Maybe going to bed. I'm my tummy is full. RPG.
Buying some shit. Right.
Thank you again for all of your donations, by the way. I appreciate it. You
can see all the...
You guys are
stuff.
good uns. Sometimes. Marge! Look, it's the Marge, and it's Patty and Selma, too. Telling me that is only Marge Simpson.
It's not Marge.
Is she in tomorrow? Yeah, it should be. Tomorrow is when I'm gonna start earlier, because we're gonna try and push through something. I didn't check the poll. It looks like we'll be doing the Pokemon Nuzlocke. We should hopefully be finishing that. Doing it, we'll fucking finish it tomorrow. That's basically how long I'll be going for. I'll just be going until I finish it. I think I should be finishing it in time, and then afterwards we'll probably do Undertale. Deltarune, sorry. Time to plug in a controller in co-op.
No. There's no need for that.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're going to terrorize me. Stop that. Stop moving me around. You can throw yourself off. Stop. Oh.
No worries, Megan. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hopefully you can get some good rest. Oh yeah, the loading screen says reloading.
Yeah. What is... Stop.
What?
Ah! I just started!
Holy shit. Wow, you fucking suck, dude.
Yeah, 6 seconds in, that's gotta be a world record.
They literally took you out back and shot you, that's crazy. I'm assuming that's unique to crowd control then.
Yes.
That's funny, I love when games get like that intricate. You got 5,000 coins to spend. Okay, you could set him on fire like 50 times.
I'm already enough on fire. Slow reload.
The floor is in fact lava.
I'm just this fucking fireman.
I think this is your life now. You just gotta fucking try and kill her. Yep.
Is it you rolling or is there an awful?
No, it's forced rolls. They're just redeeming it one after the other.
How many?
Are you gonna sit here the entire time?
No.
Well, I will read out the activity feed that I can see. Winter sent a player on fire. Winter sent a player on fire. Britboy sent a player on fire. Britboy sent a player on fire. Britboy sent a player on fire. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're just gonna be on fire permanently, I think.
Well, I'm about to die at this rate. Oh my... Fuck off.
Hey, there you go. Those rolls should help.
Not some help, at least.
They get you off of fire better because you're rolling longer. You shoot the dog?
No, I shot something else. Whatever that was.
I can't watch this gameplay. It's making me fucking nauseous.
Well, I can't. I have to fucking. Oh. Okay, I like that. I would just love to be able to move like a normal human being. My toes are inverted. Fire. I'm fucking 50 kilometers dash. The room's bugged out again. I'm stuck again.
Oh, you're stuck? I got you. Oh, I don't got you.
Why not?
It's cute,
Stop.
but... Oh, there you go.
I have to do it again. Oh my god, I'm on fire. I'm not on fire. I'm not on fire.
Shh! Don't tell them! Take blank. What are the blanks?
It's like a... It removes every projectile on the screen, basically.
Oh, it's like a spell in Touhou.
It's like a get out of jail free card. Knocks things back a bit.
I said that as if I play Touhou, by the way. I don't. I'm not. Take key. I don't think he had a key.
I'm not sure. I might have. I think you start with at least one. Oh.
Oh, we had two? Oh, well, both of them are gone.
I don't need to be experiencing what I'm experiencing IRL in this game. Fucking, this is how it feels to deal with this summer right now.
True, we're just LARPing. That's what's going on right now.
I'm this fucking fire, man.
I think it's your fault, by the way. If you hadn't have voiced the displeasure of being on fire, then people wouldn't be spam redeeming it.
You could turn it up.
It is also hot in Bosnia. What, you want me to turn it up? It's for charity,
Yeah.
goat. That's so scummy. Wait, this gun is OP.
It's pretty good.
He's losing about 4 to 5 months of his lifespan today.
Okay. Oh no. Oh,
Oh, your guns got rerolled.
well. Blooper, that's nice. T-shirt cannon.
T-shirt cannon.
The worst weapon in the game, that ass.
Why is it?
I just, well, it's not the worst, but oops.
You killed the chicken!
Well, I turned one of the bullets into a chicken.
Yeah, if we were playing if we were playing fucking My Winter Car right now, your stress level and your heat level will probably be very high.
Yes.
What was that weird one? The top one's fucking danger or whatever. Problem, yeah, your problem level would probably also be really high.
My problem level is extremely high right now. Is this guy invulnerable? Is that what's going on right now?
Yeah, invincible enemies.
That's fantastic.
I'm gonna add that bar to my stream. Problem level. If people piss me off and the problem level gets too high, I just end stream.
End stream.
Yeah. You want to play more of the game? I don't think it's bad. I think it's fucking hilarious.
Ah!
It's got that charm to it. I think Summer Car came first, didn't it? And then Winter Car. You know, I was thinking, oh, the reason why they got the rat to take away items is probably so that the stages don't get cluttered. But then I look at this gun and I'm like, maybe that's not the case.
It's just so you can't like be, you can't have everything. You don't get like too many things piled up, but that you can just save and, you know, count on. But there's a way to deal with the rat.
If you kill him, does it kill him permanently?
No.
Oh. Oh my god, the dog is huge.
Holy shit! Can I pet the huge dog?
Is it like a corgi? It kind of looks like a corgi.
So
That dog is massive, bro. Hey, Sigs, yeah, take the cigarettes.
No,
It will fix your stress level.
they hurt you, because they're dangerous. They hurt you.
What's the point in buying them then?
They increase the. I think there's a stat. It's called coolness. They increase it.
Oh, so you're not cool. We all knew that.
I think they might increase it.
I think you locked the dog out.
He'll be fine.
That's fucked up.
He is.
If they hurt you in Metal Gear 2, you think I don't use them in that? It's another one of those thermodynamic laws. If there is a cigarette, Winter will smoke it. In game.
Yeah, no keys.
No keys.
No
I wonder
keys.
why.
Yeah, I wonder where my keys went.
Couldn't you have bought one? Hello, Phantomy. How you doing?
I'm just going through everything to see if we'll find one, maybe.
Yeah, the dog is fucking huge.
What's the dog doing?
The dog is bulking.
Oh, yes.
This goat is on fire! You drop your gun.
No! Wait! This is unfair. I can't move. Stop it. No! That's bullshit! I can't roll! Wait, how that happened? I thought that was possible.
Well. Kill your fucking dog.
I didn't
That's
kill my
fucked up.
dog, I... Fire!
You sound so upset. Oh wait, did the disable rolls? Oh, it.
Yes, that's what I mean.
It
The
overlapped,
disabled
so it
roll,
was
it
possible,
overlapped.
yeah.
Why am I... Why? I can't... I can't.
Damn, maybe you need to go back to the other character. I think you suck at this one.
This is not fair.
Are you still gonna be on fire?
I'm
Oh, you're invincible.
Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes life is not fair, goat.
Are you doing this?
No.
This is you. You.
No.
Okay. That was you. Okay. The auto roll doesn't do it so often. I'm going for stop that.
Stop what? Oh, Ghost, no. What are you doing?
Fuck off. What is it? Oh. Got them.
Ghost is like, what are you saying? What am I saying, Ghost? Am I being silly?
You're being very silly.
I'm not secretly a demon. I'm outwardly a demon. Let's be real.
It's no secret.
Demon Crow VTuber.
Very nice. How fucked? Wait, how fucked is my? Why am I like? Okay, cause you're moving.
I'm just helping. Demon Crow VTuber, every time she plays with her mods, detected by day, paranormal investigator by night.
Why don't you have 2 short bows now?
Dual wield them, why the fuck not? What guns you got? Oh, you don't have any.
Apparently, you have 2 short bows, but I actually only have 1. You're not meant to have 2.
You guys are breaking it. Oh my god, the dog looks like a fucking gerbil.
Oh.
What's with the music? What was that?
It's because a secret was revealed.
Secret? Oh, look, chests.
Oh. Great.
Derringer! Oh my god, Winter, your gun is in this game.
Sawed off and a flare gun. What is this fucking hunt room?
Winter's fucking loadout, bro.
You got a flare gun, a sawed off, and a derringer. This is actually Winter's fucking kid. Why is
Alamo
there
hand
extra-
cannon. Honestly surprised he didn't make that a thing.
Alamo hand.
Yeah.
I hope they never make it a thing.
I mean, your loadout is safe from Winter from randomizing it because he probably likes that loadout. So hunt-pilled.
Oh. That's nice. Hello.
Was this Gamba? Is that Gamba?
No, it's when
It's
you find
Gamba.
health. When you find health, you can save.
Go Gamba!
Do you want?
Gamba! You're not broke, will not be interfering. Oh, you're safe from Winter. There's no Gamba in this game? That's why they won Game of the Year.
Well,
There's
you have the
Gamba in Overwatch.
Puncher's gambling. And there is actually a shrine. That's like a. I forgot what.
Shrine of
his name is.
Chance?
It's a shrine to some guy who's a. He's a literal
Some
D20.
guy.
He's a D20 cube, and depending on what you roll, it'll give you a different.
In the
effect.
sequel? Wait, is there a sequel like gonna be happening confirmed?
Yes.
Oh, your guns got
It's coming out
rerolled.
this year, I believe.
Oh, that's cool. You got a pillow?
Yes, it's got razor blades in it.
What kind of fucking prison ass fucking weapon?
I know. No! Oh, I didn't take damage from that. Okay. Thought I would.
The dog doesn't teleport with you, that's so sad. Gungeon was the first game you 100%ed? Oh, I hope you guys enjoy it then. I'm not sure if I will play it personally, but it looks fun. I can understand the appeal. This game looks really well made. And 2016, I wouldn't have believed it. You could have told me this came out last year, I'd have believed you. These kinds of games in this art style, they really hold up.
Melt to the wall. Corpses explode.
You didn't know there was a sequel coming out, and now you do. I don't think it did anything get announced at any of the like shows or anything.
It got announced like either last year or the year before. Just a very short trailer.
Hmm.
That's about it. We have a railgun. That's a prototype.
Unironically using the pillow. Who's this? Bling Bling Boy?
The Bullet King.
Why does he look like that? Shit.
Good guy. He's invincible.
This really is fucking Toho-y.
Yes. Can you start being invincible? Like, can I hit him, please?
The monkey paw curls. Where do you see how many blanks you've got? Is that the blue bullets?
Yes, it's the blue stuff.
I see. I feel like the slow bullets have increased the difficulty. This is one of the best games of this specific type. It was announced last year, I see. The end of last year.
Oh yeah, laser sight. So a really funny thing. He's got his little advisor fellow here.
Are you gonna kill him?
If you don't kill him, I believe next floor when you're at the boss, he's gonna ambush you, like along with the enemy boss. He's like, you're just gonna start running at you.
Oh.
Yeah. I didn't do that, by the way.
Yes, you did.
That was not me.
I missed my 2 shots.
I didn't click the button.
I missed what I shot. I missed it. So it had to have been you.
You didn't miss it. They were just slow motion.
Oh, yeah, I did it. I killed him. Bullet Bill.
Basically.
Is there a Bullet Bill reference anywhere? Like, or is that too risk? Cause Bindendo.
I mean, the one of the guns I had in the first run is a Zelda reference. It was a pot launcher.
My favorite Zelda reference.
And rupees shot out.
The gun.
Bro.
I love the guns in Zelda.
Okay, well, it's not just the guns, as you can see. There's like
What do you mean? This game is literally just guns.
Well, yeah, but they're not. Like, there's bows.
Bum 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 bum.
Oh great! This piece of shit wasn't bad enough.
You know what I should have in like the corner is me playing like a game of TFD on my phone. and you're about to defeat the boss. Like, guys, look, I got 7 meeples. Isn't it like 9? Yeah, but I got 7. Look.
Oh wait, I just realized that's a mini boss room over there. Oh no.
It's not the advisor though. Officially broke now. Look, I don't even believe Winter. I would believe Britboy. I wouldn't believe you. Absolutely not. The amount of times you told me that, and then all of a sudden there's a fucking tornado coming out of my asshole in Peak. Like, I don't know. It's not that specific, but you know what I'm saying.
No. I might be dead here. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. This guy fucking sucks.
This guy sucks or you do?
The problem is you can't even see their health bar. Oh, okay,
He's dead. You were overreacting.
Wow.
Re-downloaded League, my first game at TFT. I wiped everyone since then. I can barely make top 4. That's just how it be sometimes. Although soon you won't have to need the League launcher, right? TFT is getting its own.
Yep.
Fine. I thought it was supposed to have been getting its own, like when they initially introduced the new like launcher, you know, with all of the Valorant and the there's 2XKO on there too, you know, like.
Ah.
Yo, that dog OP.
Cuidado.
Ruined King? Well, it's not a Riot game, is it? Well, it is, but you know what I mean. It's not a. It's Riot Forge, because then the new game and the fucking Silence game will be on there, right? Ruined King is such a good game, though.
It's amazing.
It's such a unique kind of take on the RPG type shit, you know?
Key. Thank you. What we got? Oh, the Guan Stone.
Vigo! Where's she? So sus. It's funny that they made games about people that like Silas and Viego. They're both fucking war criminals. Playing them against them in like normal League of Legends is rough. Playing them against Mayhem is another type of CBT, honestly.
Ah.
Silas especially, that fucking champion grates me. I hate his dance as well. Whenever I see someone use Silas dance, I want to alt F4. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Oh. Guess I was fired for a while.
You love getting Rise and Zillion in Mayhem? I played against the Zillion with Ultbot, which is crazy.
Why? This isn't fair. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because I can't roll. This isn't fair. Why is this not fair?
This is just how the cookie crumbles, bro.
Why does it work now? I thought it was.
I don't know. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's two different people queuing them up rather than the same person.
Died to some fire.
You want to give it another go, or?
Hell yeah. I'll be here all
Okay,
night.
that's fine.
Actually, no, I won't. Football's in an hour.
Holy shit, okay. Surprised it didn't block it until the fire went away. Well, it did earlier when Art tried to do it, but I think because two different people did it, it doesn't work that way. This game made me want to play Dead Cells. I feel like I'm pregnant, but getting game cravings instead of food.
What the fuck is that? No. Chest. Oh.
The best gun in the game.
Oh, a chest.
Wait, that's so cute. It literally is every single fucking mythic for any girly pop character in Overwatch. Juno, Mercy, I think Orisa's is kind of like that too. Italy's in this, then Italy's in football. What's the England game? Are we versing Panama?
Yeah, it's at the same time as ours.
Oh, so in like an hour?
Yes.
I'm not watching it. You're gonna have to watch both on my behalf and then tell me.
Oh, great. I can get rid of this thing. How do I drop items again?
What the fuck is that?
This old smiley guy.
Smile.
Something for the collection. I will compensate.
He will compensate you.
I hold a G. F. F. There you go. Where's your money? Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop it. Stop.
You should have told me. You should have
Wait,
told
no,
me.
that's you dropping the gun. No.
Panama. For the little drawing I was gonna do for you, Stevie, I was gonna draw some sort of sad football thing, but I felt that was too much. Too soon.
Yeah, Scotland's done though. Cool thing is you have these levelers around. You can pull them. Drop chandeliers. They explode.
The Harlan meme. I like the Harlan memes a lot. That guy's pretty funny. I'm very envious of people that can just be naturally that fucking funny and charismatic.
Or is that like the fucking Titan?
The big
from
Norwegian
Norway?
guy. Yeah. He said something. He must have spelled something or something, and there was like a full sentence he said, and I wish I'd saved it because it's so funny. Let me see if I can find it. This wasn't the one I was thinking about, but it's like the one where it's like, are you a boy or a girl? And he's like, my dad is a boy, my mom is a girl, so I'm mixed.
Oh yeah, I thought that. Ooh! I like this one. Who haven't we seen yet? Who's on the first floor? Gosh, it's been a while, I'm forgetting. Nice. Bird again.
Bro, snap is pure gold? Yeah. I'm sure I'll find it eventually. But there's like something you said, I was like, I want to add that to my vocabulary because that's so funny. Oh, here it is. He like misspelled Orlando, and he put like Ornaldo, and then in his next one he put Ornaldo with a bunch of asterisks. It said, "Not even allowed to write something wrong now in this perfect world. Sorry to all the perfect brothers and sisters out there." That's fucking hilarious. What a champ. Not allowed to say anything wrong more in this perfect world. Is that a hamburger on the map?
Is that what?
Hamburger.
Hamburger.
It's too late now, you fucked it up. Immaculate vibes. I love. Yeah, Holland is pretty funny. I might be a Norway fan. Are Norway still in? Can I cheer for Norway?
Pretty sure, yeah. They fucking played against France and used like their entire B team.
Wait, why?
Oh.
Guys, everyone in here is now Norway supporter for the football.
Ow. Piece of shit.
Football! Is there a football gun?
Probably.
Hello, Strix. How's it going? Well, you haven't found all the guns yet?
Well, there's stuff that I can't remember, and there is a few things I never did find in the end.
Grenade launcher. I love a grenade launcher. I hope they score many touchdowns. Shut up, Winter. Hi, Key. I'm down to cheering for the funniest team. Exactly. This is how it was for me in esports. That's why it was a... Is that a Jammy Dodger?
No, that's a Primer.
That looks like a Jammy Dodger to me.
It's not a Jammy Dodger.
I fucking love Jammy Dodgers.
Oh, here's another ultra expensive item.
Why is the drill so expensive?
It's just some of these items you have to steal for the first time because they're kind of like heist based. Because like the drill, you can use on one chest.
I thought it was a Deep Rock reference.
No, it's like a heist drill. You start drilling too fast, so you don't have to use a key. But you have to like fight a lot of enemies while it opens. Oh. It's very satisfying.
Wow, did you voice act the gun sound for this game?
Yeah, actually.
You voice act the chicken too?
Yeah.
Bok.
How do you know?
I'm actually the developer of this game.
You're...
I hired you.
Wow. Never knew.
Hey, you're welcome. Thanks for gassing up my game, bro. Appreciate it. Make sure you buy my second game. Yo, don't let the bullets hit you.
Oh, I think that these guys are...
Not to backseat you or anything.
Thank you. Why did you do that? I just... Why?
Keep you on your toes.
What do you mean? I'm already on my toes in the... I'm on fire! I'm already on my toes enough without you.
You're gonna bang your head, be careful. Alright, I'm banning you. You're not playing Enter the Gungeon 2. There's gonna be a picture of your face on the door of the lobby saying banned, do not let enter, and you get hardware banned.
Can't do that.
I can, I'm the developer of the game. Quid. Get quid banned. Yeah, you're welcome for that. I put that there. Hamburger. Axe! I mean, yeah, I knew that was there. What's that crystal gun? What is that?
Oh, this one. Oh.
What? That gun's OP! That was so perfectly timed.
You fired one bullet.
You fucking fired a bullet and you teleported and I was like, what? Oh, the sound is nice.
Yes.
I'm surprised there's no boomerang in this game.
There is a...
What? Is that Tasmanian Tiger? It is, actually. I decided because I'm a developer. Call my guy to issue a vac, man. Steam. Hostage's family.
Honeycomb. Be prepared.
Mod's putting in a ban in the entire region of Timbuktu so Goat can't play the second one. Yeah, forget hardware ban. We're going country ban. Do 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 do. Oh.
Health. No.
You fucking broke, bitch.
Yes. I have 4 blanks. Oh.
A Lamia? This is ice? Oh, it's water. Oh, Gorgon. I see. Oh my god, that waste. Holy shit. Pew pew. That waste on this curry Saturday, I cannot relate.
No, why would you do that?
You gotta do it again. Oh, the acid is still there though.
That's annoying.
Oh, it's gone. This fight looks easy. No, no, no. Too warm for curry Saturday? No, you don't have to apologize. I'm very well aware a lot of people are not eating curry today.
Okay, let's try again.
At least it doesn't play the cutscene every time.
Well, I can skip it.
Oh. Really, you know, yeah, the heat makes your appetite pretty fucking sodium. Nice!
Oh.
Is this money? That's fucked up!
The green money is for like buying stuff.
Close quarters combat. Can you have a limited amount of guns?
Like hold as many guns as possible, yes.
What? Paulie,
You have,
drop all his guns.
you have a bottomless bag. No, 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 no. I don't know if I want to wait. Does the axe recurse me every time I pick it up? I don't know. I'm afraid to find out. I guess we'll find out.
That was close.
Oh, and I got some health.
Nice!
Oof, be a little easier.
Holy fuck.
That's not good. It's fucking grenade going. Wobbly bullets. I guess the crossbows already scavenged around. Great.
That gun would just make me so I'm trying to dodge my own fucking bullets. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh. What the heck? Ow. It's a little slime chasing. Drop my fucking gun. Oh my god.
I didn't.
There it is. No, I fucking lost something.
I would never make you drop your gun. That's fucked up.
So there was you. Okay, thanks.
You've lost 2 guns so far.
Am I?
Yeah.
Crossbow, that's fine. What else did I lose?
The Lux one.
No! Why did I take that?
Yeah, you gotta stop leaving your guns on the ground. Told you, there's rats. 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 Where are the rats?
The fuck is this guy? I can't believe I took damage from that.
I also can't believe you took damage from that.
Alright.
Whoa, what's that gun?
It's a little bomber. It's kind of bad. Stop. Stop it. Stop.
I'm not even doing anything. Oh, those guys are nasty.
Yeah.
I think that saved you.
That's fine.
I think you were gonna take damage there.
No, it's fine. Oh, I took it. Unsaved, actually. I haven't taken long range. I used to.
That wasn't me.
There's more. Okay.
What?
You know what? I'm gonna buy a heart and a key, and I'm gonna go over here instead. Dinger.
Drone warfare.
It's because it launches fucking bees. Oh.
What the fuck is that?
It's very bad. Spider.
Oh, it died in like 2 hits. What the fuck? That thing is weak.
It's a fucking rocket launcher with bees. Oh. That's bullshit.
Wow, you got fucking
That's
wrecked.
bullshit. So I had 1 heart, but I still died because this guy, the red and black enemies, are like cursed. They're jammed. And they're stronger, and their hits deal 1 damage instead. And it was people because they had the super speed. So I couldn't even react to that. He just insta
Oh yeah, true. There is fucking fast bullets there. I think
That
it was
unreactable.
you guys.
That was literally unreactable. It just fucking spawned it in my face. Oh my god. Disaster.
500 redeems later, what kills him is a skill issue.
It's not as. I had to do this room like 5 times. It's more like 3 times. Oh my god. Balls. Well, are you wanting to finish for today then, or
I can finish if you're done. That's completely fine.
I could probably do 1 more.
Go for it.
Okay. I probably went back. Sprung. Oh, it's still active, right? Okay. God. I don't like fast bullets.
You're not meant to. They're taking notes. You shouldn't have said that. You fucked up. You can't let them know your weakness. It is for charity, yeah, but the fast bullets are cheaper than the fucking setting on fire is all I'm saying.
Really?
For every fire, they can redeem 2 fast bullets. 25 coins, yeah.
Thanks, dog. Aha! Too late. There is an secret over there, but I am gone. Because I can see...
Pink question mark?
Nope, those are just rooms. Those are just rooms. Oh wait, no, it's not. That's just this room. Because sometimes you can see secrets that are separated by a very thin wall.
It's like the tech I use in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. Are you reloading me?
No.
Stop that. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was going crazy. Why is one bullet suddenly have like 2 bullets? What's that about?
It's a Sparks.
Sparks doesn't have 2 bullets. Just drilling.
No, because I was trying to reload after every 1 bullet.
Ah. Be kind.
I'm just helping, you know?
Yeah. Horn. Machine pistol. Oh yeah. Then a lot of reloads though, because my item pool is not very deep yet. I have to unlock a lot of shit playing the game. Because the skull chest is like the best chest. It's like always gonna be like some ultra good stuff. Dog. I'll take a key. I would like a proper weapon for this. Sure. Mahogany. Oh!
Pew pew, motherfucker, holy shit. On the Gatling gun too?
The good thing is I can hide behind these pillars. I can bounce my... What's this shit around? Oh. Fuck. God damn it.
Oh. Bye bye. Got him that time. The kill fires. Oh, is that the one? Happens if you press the button.
The button is to save your game. And all this time talking about.
She's doing his job.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
attention. What?
That's fucked up. I can't believe you just did that.
What?
You just shot the thumb.
You did that.
You just shot at the button. That's fucking criminal. He's just there doing his job. He's like, you want to save your game? Are you tired? And you just said, fuck you, bitch, and shot him.
Well, the funny thing is, if you decide to do that, you punch him and he just goes, ouch.
So there's nothing in the level that indicates what boss you're getting, or...
You can sort of... Some bosses have very specific rules, so you can sort of see before you enter what the walls look like. And the dragon is always there at the end.
I'm kind of excited for you guys if it's been this long since the first game for getting a second game. You guys are probably going to get like a Hades 2 level of glow up. Probably even better.
The trailer was a little uncanny to see because the game is like in 3D now.
Oh, okay. Well, like Mystery Dungeon 3D, or did do that type of shit, or?
I don't know, it's literally just like like a 15-second trailer. It shows.
I'm gonna look that up.
Assuming it's a boss fight. And it's not like this entire time, like since the game released, there's been nothing. They did like do free updates, some big updates.
That's cool. Let's see. Oh, wait, this kind of looks cool. I was expecting something a little fucking jankier looking.
Oh well,
this looks cute.
It's not janky. It's cute. It's just like feels weird to see it after.
Yeah.
After the very cool.
Oh, the
pixel
camera angle is so weird too. Oh, I would not be able to play this. My depth perception is not good enough for that shit. My depth perception is pretty horrible. That doesn't look bad at all. I guess it's gonna miss because like certain styles are pretty like you can look at this game and you can see, wow, this is like, you know, it's got that timeless style to it, you know. I say that, but I feel like if they made a new game and this same style, you would probably notice improvements and stuff, and this game would look a little bit older. Because I would say the same about Hades and Hades 2.
Oh yeah, that's very.
And the kindergarten games as well.
Oh, why do they do that?
Because the kindergarten games from the first game compared to the third game, you can tell the first game looks kind of similar to a. I thought the first game looked good, and then obviously played the third game, and I'm like, oh, I went back to the first game. I was like, damn, it's looking a bit more like a Flash game you would play on the browser, and now it looks very much more detailed and much more refined and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Oh,
the water gun.
Yes. It's practically useless.
Better or worse than the t-shirt gun?
on its own, probably worse, but there's some upgrades that can give you some cool things, and it does actually have a sneaky secret use that you can. Oh my god! I got the serious cannon. Let's go!
What other guns did you get? Is that
Oh, I
crown?
got the crown of guns. This is.
What
this
the fuck is
really
this?
gun.
They took Crown and Cringe very seriously. Oh my fucking god, you're the boss now.
Yeah, I'm the fucking.
3,000 bullets!
Yep. That's
Holy
the
shit,
goal.
that was a godly reroll.
The
What else did you
inaccurate-
get? Oh, quad
Oh,
laser?
this weird thing. Yeah, it fires like this weird square.
But yeah, there's some games that you play and you don't realize, you're like, oh wow, these look like amazing and very timeless, and like they don't look like they've aged, but then they come out with a sequel and they do it in a similar style, you're kind of like, wow, okay, never mind. You can definitely see the improvements. Not that it's a bad thing on the first, the first game, it's like really good for when it was released, but on the second game, you're kind of like, wow, that's insane. I wonder if Okami 2 is gonna be like that. I hope they keep the same style because, oh, it's so good. I'm so excited for Okami 2. I can't believe there's games I'm looking for. Spyro 4, Okami 2, Alien Isolation 2. Oh, fucking.
very
They got obliterated. Holy shit.
It does a lot of damage. It's very
Bouncy bullets. Boing. DMC got a shadow drop. Some fucking copium. But I do hope it does. That's like, honestly, your DMC levels of copium is like me for a new fucking Soul Calibur game. Okami 2 once again, I'm reminded I must live. I'm so excited to see. I hope it's not gonna be on like I hope they do bring it to PC, and it's not gonna be some sort of Switch 2 exclusive or something. Or wait, is it PlayStation? Wait, what did Okami come out on originally? Hell got her Spyro. I'm sure DMC is next. Spyro is a long time coming. You wanna know why we got Spyro? Because, like, I'm pretty sure one of the Crash games flopped and they were like, oh, we can't milk this anymore, so let's do Spyro. Oh my fucking god. With the boing yoing? That's insane.
Yeah, it's so good.
Holy shit, you melted this fucking boss. Damn. And listen, you guys had, when was DMC 5? Like, fucking 8 years ago? When was DMC 5 actually? Seven years ago. It was 7. It's 2019.
Devil May Cry.
Originally it was for PlayStation 2. I don't think it will be an exclusive. Capcom is releasing their games for all platforms. Well, I would like to remain optimistic, but I thought exclusive games were dying out until the last fucking Xbox thing.
The D20 enemy actually rolls as well, and it can roll a nat 20 and it turns golden and starts fucking spewing a million things out of it.
Oh, that sounds fun. What if they went with a sequel to that crappy reboot of the series? Oh, the DMC Devil May Cry? Or are you talking about Spyro Enter the Dragonfly? Or what game are we talking about here? After another couple of Resident Evils, dude, that series is getting fucking milked. They found their formula, and their formula being remakes and the occasional game. Oh, you meant DMC? Okami 2 being a PS exclusive would be my 13th reason, but at least they're being kind enough for you to wait until you're in your new, you're in your new place and you have a little bit more space. It'd be fucking spency, like, but I would probably ruin. That would be really upsetting for a bunch of people. Especially if they make it like new gen only, because I'm assuming a PlayStation 6 is right around the corner. But no, it's nice to have games that I'm actually excited for. I saw that there was an Alien Isolation 2 like creator thing that they were gonna do, but to apply to it, like I don't have enough clout. I'm not big enough to apply to it. You need like a average viewership of like 40 and fucking following like on one of your platforms like 10,000 or something. I don't have those, sadly, so I couldn't apply for it. Bloodborne. Dude, they would make. I think. Do you want my honest opinion? I think they've missed their window for Bloodborne. I think people are copy as a meme, and the people that are memeing it don't actually care that much about Bloodborne coming to. Especially since there's that alternative Bloodborne that you can play now. I think they missed their window of opportunity to be able to make a lot of money out of bringing Bloodborne to other consoles and whatnot. PlayStation 6 will have a total of 3 games for it, yep. 2 will be live service.
And one of them will be the God of War trilogy.
A lot of people will not buy a second one out of anger. I think it was Bloodborne 2. Then yeah, I think it'd have more of a chance than just bringing Bloodborne to modern day systems and whatnot. I'm just really surprised. I mean, you got Armored Core 6 before you got Bloodborne 2, and I feel like Bloodborne was like an incredibly popular game. It just makes you think, what are the reasons why they're not pursuing Bloodborne? At this point, is it spite because you don't want to give people what they want? Do you not like money? Do you hate money? Is that what you hate? Money and success? Well, I suppose if it flops, then it would be a big problem, but I feel like the Souls-like games have not really flopped in recent times. I mean, what people dislike? Which one was the one that people dislike? Dark Souls 2? Is that the one that people hate?
Yeah, I think so.
They released the PlayStation games and PC stuff, no one bought them? What games are we talking about? They hate the idea the consumer knows what they want. I'm telling you, I keep giving you, whoever is listening to me, if there's any fucking sleeper developers in chat or whatever, dude, Simpsons Hit and Run remake would go so hard. Fuck Dark Souls 2. What's the problem with Dark Souls 2 again? Why was people upset? God of War, Spider-Man, and Ghost of Tsushima. I feel like people did buy these games. I think... No, it's Ghost of Tsushima had a little bit of... People were a bit upset for some reason. I can't remember. It might not have been that game. Might have been something else.
Maybe thinking of Ghost of the Old Thing.
Maybe it. Not the volume Sony wanted. Because Sony... fucking wait too long. This is what I'm saying. I think they've waited too long. This is why I'm saying I think they've waited too long with Bloodborne as well. Because people have made workarounds. Whether legal or not. Like, it's not my decision to make, but... they've made workarounds and they've kind of given up. And they've missed their window of opportunity to where they would, have made, like, a big, like, money. Because they've just shown that they don't fucking care. And it's just like, well, why should we care now? Oh great, you listened to us, but it's been like 3 years too late. They tried to scream people over with Helldivers, yes. Sony are tank!
Oh shit.
Oh my god. Dreadnought. Yeah, I think Sony have definitely soured their reputation over the years with some of their decision making. Oh yeah, the new mechanics and stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah, now I remember. I think people have explained this to me before. Taking their ball and went home with the PC releases? Yeah, this fucking sucks, bro.
Well, no, the inverted controls.
Unlucky.
Balls.
Unfortunate. You had some good guns as well.
Oh well.
We can call that the last one then. But you got one run done.
I did.
Oh. Oh, okay, right. Oh, wait, you can control it while I'm tabbed out. Wait, maybe it was just that game. Because I'm using my mouse on my... Can you move your mouse? Oh. I think it was just that game. That's unfortunate. Unlucky. The Portal of Desire Dust Splits, and I'm kind of hyped for that. Not had to buy a Switch 2. Yeah, it gets frustrating at this point. Why you have to buy all of these fucking things when you have a computer that should be able to do it all? I think people are really kind of upset now just at well, I say people. Developers are probably really not as keen to make PC ports because of all the problems that usually comes along with them, and they don't want to put in that effort for whatever reason. Which kind of sucks. The console wars are pretty much back. Yeah, you're right. It is what it is, though. Shit happens. We just gotta roll with it the best that we can. People are like out here complaining about. They're complaining about fucking prices of GTA as if like these guys are getting it like on fucking PC or whatnot. It's just crazy. Alright. Alright, you.
Well, this is my once a year streamer mandated time off. And the time off was still torturous. And I gotta go back to this cellar for another 365 days.
Yep.
Sad.
Look, I don't make the rules. Actually, I do, but...
You do make the rules.
I literally do make the rules. Thank you, Steven. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Zero hype for GTA 6? Honestly, don't blame me. I'm the same. I could not care less. I mean, to be fair, I'm not a big GTA player in general, but... You know. It is what it is. Alright, Go. Thank you for playing.
Thank you for
good
letting
work
me
on
do
completing a
PC.
run. I mean, I think you were, honestly, I think you were a little bit more successful than,
Yeah, I was
in
gonna say, I think I won more in winter.
Oh, dearie me. Alright, you enjoy the rest of or enjoy your football, I guess.
Football!
Okay, bye-bye. Fucking idiot. Alright, so yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you again to Winter. And thank you again to Goat for participating in that. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. It was actually a lot of fun. I sat here and did nothing. It was great. Thank you again to Stevie, Art, Lychee, Autumn, Winter, BritBoy, Temmie, and Pancakes. Thank you all so much for the donations and whatnot. Our total is now at like £1,034 and 44 pence for the total amount raised for that, the WWF thing. So good job on that. We hit over 1k. That's fucking insane. You guys are real something special. I really appreciate that, and I know the animals totally do it as well. So thank you. You guys are pretty good. I've been like, not to get too sad on main, but I've been pretty depresso this week because of everything that has been happening, and not being able to stream just kind of added to that. I do sometimes miss you guys, but don't tell you I said that, okay? Keep it a secret. We are gonna end it here for today though, because I'm getting pretty tired. But if you could stick around for just a wee bit longer, as always, like to raid out into someone because it makes their day. Seeing your faces and you get some channel points. for doing so. I think today we're gonna go say hello to Zesty. Zesty is playing some water park simulator. So that's who we're gonna go say hello. I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages. I can get big heads. Okay. But if you'd like to pop a hello in the chat, ask them how they're doing. I'm sure they'd really appreciate the conversation. Just be on your best behavior, read their rules and whatnot. Winter is a mod over there. He will not hesitate to kick your asses, and then I will know firsthand, despite, you know, I'm gonna be there anyway, but seeing it all. So if anyone's a fucking stinker, I'll know about it, and you will not be welcome back here. But you guys are usually golden, so I'm not expecting any sort of things like that to happen. Tomorrow, I'm gonna be starting stream earlier. We're gonna try and get the fucking Nuzlocke out of the way. Hopefully, I say we're gonna try because, you know, shit happens. My computer's been kind of a bit temperamental and the weather and stuff as well. So I can't make any proper promises, but I'm gonna do my best. And we're gonna do that until we finish it, basically. So we're gonna finally get that done and out of the way. But thank you so much for coming today. Thank you to my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in the raids today who decided to stick around and give me a chance. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, get another game off of the list. But thank you guys so much. I had a really nice time today, and I do really mean that. Yous have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever it is you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always. Stay cool if you need to, and I will hopefully see yous